Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, Greer.
Hello.
Okay, we're live, sir.
Great. I want to call to order the council meeting of October 4th, 2021. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Vice Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack,
Here.
Mayor Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsapp,
Here.
Councilmember Ku,
Here.
Councilmember Stone,
Here.
and Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
7 present.
Great. So the first item on our agenda is agenda changes, additions, deletions. So no changes from the revised agenda that went out. But just a heads up, we're going to see how far we can get on item AA1, the objective standards. And then we're going to go on to item 9 at 10 p.m. just to make sure we get to that item. Okay, our next item is oral communications. I just want to remind the public, you can always send in written communications, but this is the part of the meeting where you can verbally comment on items that are not on the agenda. So if you would like to speak during oral communications, please raise your hand now. And I see about 4 speakers, so we'll go with 3 minutes a speaker. And our first speaker is Rebecca Sanders.
Yes. Good evening, council members and staff. At the Ventura Neighborhood Association meeting yesterday, it came up, the neighbors that live closest to El Camino near the Shell station with the hydrogen pump. That noise seems to have gotten a lot worse. And they've actually talked to the 2 Daves that run the Barron Park, the Shell. And they just say they lease it, that they've talked to the guy that delivers the hydrogen there, and it's just kind of a circular with nothing happening. But I actually own or lease a hydrogen car myself. I got it because they put the Shell station in there. And since I've been going there, I've noticed a real uptick in the noise. So I'm just wondering if there's anything that we can do to address that. It's just really loud, and it's less loud on the El Camino side. When you go over to the alley, it's super loud because that's where the physical plant is located. So that's all I really wanted to say. I'll let you know that's something that's on the mind of several people. Kirsten, Angela, others mentioned it as well. So, okay, thank you so much. I'll let it go.
Okay, thank you. And while we don't respond to items, maybe the acting city manager can follow up on that one. Our next speaker is Aaron James.
Hello, how are you doing? I know Dave, the owner of Barron Park Shell, really well. In fact, I'm picking up my car tomorrow. They've been repairing our vehicles for years and years. They are some of the most caring vendors that you're going to find in the city of Palo Alto. I'll talk to Dave about the issue. I know about the issue, so see what I can do on that level, but please don't run him out of business. They're just extraordinary folks. Okay, so I'll talk with Dave tomorrow when I pick up my car. So as far as October 14th, the HRC is going to have an important meeting on an informational meeting, although I hope Assistant Chief Binder will be there since he oversees the K-9 unit. They want to do some tweaking of the K-9 policy. As you know from my multiple correspondence on the topic, I think we need to do away with the K-9 unit, certainly as it applies to apprehending human beings. We don't know what the cost of it is because the council doesn't want to ask the police department how much it costs for 2 handlers and for them to parade the dogs around endlessly to schools and other events, all at the full salary of the officers. I did get some of their records. There's extraordinary veterinarian bills that are attached, the legal fees, the $20 million lawsuit right now with the Leo matter, Joel Leo matter, and Molly Stump, I've asked her to just give us what the current cost is in terms of defending the Aleo case. So under the Public Records Act, Molly, I'm asking that again so you can give that to the city council. But yeah, please show up to the community and to the council members at the HRC meeting on October 14th, starting at 6 p.m. so we can have a robust conversation about hopefully disbanding the canine unit. I also wanted to say that information came to me from a reliable source that Sergeant Adrian Moore has been with the police department for probably 30 years, both as a police officer and a sergeant, retired. And I was also told at the same time that he was the last African-American officer in the Palo Alto Police Department. If that's accurate, the information that I got from a very reliable source, that means we have 0 African-American officers. I'm going to be sending around, I talked with the Assistant Chief Bender. He seemed to want to do some positive things on recruitment. I'm going to send around some information that I've received to the council on that. And finally, I hope Molly Stump, Greer Stone, both lawyers will not enable Greg Tanaka any further to harm our right to free speech. Standalone hate speech is a matter of perception, and it is not a crime. We've talked about that. I've written about it. And I want to know again, Molly, how much staff time and money is being spent on that wasteful attempt to try to change our Constitution. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'll no longer be taking any new speakers. So our last speaker will be Winter Dellenbach, but our next speaker is David Cole.
Hi, Mayor and City Council members and fellow Palo Altans. I'd like to announce that Bike Palo Alto is back this year. We took last year off due to COVID, but have brought the ride back this year in a virtual format, which means the rides are real, but there's no central registration or day of the event starting location. This means instead, Bike Palo Alto is running the whole month of October. So you can start the ride anytime and explore the fun ways to get around Palo Alto anytime during the month of October. New this year are the use of route arrows to mark the routes. These brightly colored arrows makes it really easy to find your way so that you can enjoy the ride without having to look at a map all the time. And you may have seen some of these around town. So that's what they're about. They're on the pavement and they're there for a purpose. And don't worry, they biodegrade in about a month, which is about perfect timing for us. So I would like to invite you, the council, staff, any members of the public who are listening to come and join us. Get your friends together, family, neighbors, and explore bike-friendly routes, for people of all ages and abilities. Bike Palo Alto is free. For more information, please go to bikepaloalto, all one word, .org, and you can see the information there, the routes, printout maps. There's an app you can use if you have the right app on your phone that'll actually give you directions while you're on the ride. But the route arrows are your best for guiding you on this tour of Palo Alto. So thank you all and hope to see you out there. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And our final speaker is Winter Dellenbach. Winter, you should be able to unmute at this point. Okay, Winter, last call. Are you there? Okay, I can see that she's unmuted, but we are not hearing you. So we're gonna move on with our meeting. Apologies. Let me see. Okay, so we're gonna move on with the consent calendar. Are there any council members that want to pull an item or register a no vote? Councilmember Ku.
I'd like to see if any council members will join me in pulling number 5. And if not, then I will register a no vote.
I'll join you on that, Lydia.
Thank you.
I'll join as well.
Thank you. So I'd like to, we'd like to pull number 5.
Okay, any other no votes or hands? Councilmember Tanaka.
No on 4.
4. Okay, so we have 3 to pull item 5, which is fine. Just want to remind council members to try to give a heads up to the mayor and the city manager when you want to pull an item, so we can plan the meeting. All right, let's go to members of the public. If anybody'd like to comment on the consent calendar. And I see Winter with her hand up. I'll see. Trying to allow her to talk, but my controls don't seem to be working here. So I don't know if somebody on the IT side can see if she's unable to speak.
I wasn't going to speak on the consent calendar, but that's adorable. I was going to make a public comment and I got disconnected, but that's okay. You may move along.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I see no other members of the public. So we're going to go ahead and vote on consent with item number 5 pulled. And I kind of mixed up the order tonight, so we're going to start with Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember McCormick. Councilmember McCormick.
I was just getting ready to make my.
I think now we're hearing Ms. Dellenbach. I don't believe we have a motion, Mayor Du Bois.
Sure. So I move the consent calendar.
I'll be happy to second and vote yes.
Okay. And then Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I vote yes. Councilmember Ku
Yes.
and Councilmember Philsett.
Yes.
Okay, so the consent calendar passes 7-0. If council members, I guess, can let staff know why they pulled the item outside of the meeting, then we'll bring item number 5 back. I assume, given our agenda, we can't hear that item tonight. Is that correct, the city staff?
I believe so. I think we're already concerned about getting through this agenda as is. However, while you are voting, I can check in with staff just to double check.
Okay.
So,
Sounds
Mr.
good.
Mayor, if I may, the mayor mentioned this, but council members, if you can please give the city manager a heads up about your intention or interest in pulling an item. You don't need to come with a full set of council members who agree with you, just to let the manager know that you yourself have an interest in pulling an item, because that can allow for it to be planned to be heard in the most efficient way. Sometimes it could be heard that night, but staff needs to be aware so that the right people are present, and the mayor needs to be aware in terms of managing the agenda time. So that is kind of important, and it's a part of your rules. Thanks.
Okay, so we're gonna, we have no city manager comments tonight, so I guess we did have an agenda change. I missed that one. We're gonna move on to the action items.
Mayor
Yeah.
Du Bois, I'm sorry to interrupt again. I believe Councilmember Tanaka might want to speak to his no vote on item 4.
See, I didn't see a hand, but do you?
Yeah, I didn't realize I had to put a hand up. I thought it was automatic, but
Yeah,
okay. Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
thank you, Councilmember Cormac. Yeah, so Item 4, $11.3 million, a pretty large contract. And this item is exempting competitive solicitation. I understand the rationale behind it, but I think especially for this size of contract and given our budget situation, I think it's really important, especially when you have contracts of this magnitude, that we really try to make sure that we get the best pricing possible. So fundamentally, I don't agree with what this is trying to do.
Great. Okay, thank you. So we're back to our action items. First item is Palo Alto Advisory Committee on Early Care and Education. This is approval of a budget amendment. So it will require a 2/3 vote. Would staff like to go ahead and start?
Yes, thank you and good evening, Mayor Du Bois and council members. I'm Kristen O'Kane, Community Services Director. Tonight, I'm joined by Minka Vanderswag, our Human Services Manager, and members of the Palo Alto Advisory Committee on Early Care and Education, also known as PACE. We have 2 objectives tonight. The first is to share some information with you, specifically the results of a needs assessment of families with young children that was conducted fairly recently. And the second is to recommend approval to use funds from the Child Care Trust Fund to support Palo Alto's early child care providers and families. So with that, I will turn it over to Minka for the presentation.
Thank you, Director O'Kane, and good evening, council members. I'm going to take a moment to share my screen and my presentation. So just 1 second. Okay, you can all see it now is my understanding. So thank you again for having us here tonight. I'd like to introduce my fellow speakers. They are Kay Erickson, Director of the Children's Preschool that is located on the Coverly campus. Heidi Emberling, who is the former Director of Parents Place here in Palo Alto, and Janet Zamudio, who is the Director of Child Care Programs at Stanford University. As Director O'Kane said, our purpose here tonight is mostly informational, and then with a request for funding for the Child Care Trust Fund. So I'll give you a little background on the Palo Alto Advisory Committee on Early Care and Education. We call that PACE, so I won't say the whole name again, and share with you the findings of our needs assessment. You'll get a firsthand account from a local director, from Kay, on the effects of childcare, effects of COVID on childcare. And then Janet will go over the PACE work plan. So what is and who is PACE? So PACE could also be called the Child Care Advisory Committee, but it is a group of local professionals of child care providers, both large and small, but its purpose is to work on issues of early care and education from birth through, okay, it looks like, there we go. Let's start over and go to the 3rd slide. There we go. So, since we don't just work on issues of childcare, and we appreciate the voices and perspectives from representatives from other organizations that serves families and children, our committee is reflective of those other voices, and you will see it is quite diverse. So as Director O'Kane said, we did an assessment of the needs of families and young children in Palo Alto, and I will turn the mic over to Heidi Emberling, who will share with you more details about the assessment. So Heidi, if you can unmute yourself and go ahead, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you very much to the mayor and all the council members for inviting us to share more about our longtime work supporting families and children in Palo Alto. I'm Dr. Heidi Emberling, former director at Parents Place, a local family resource agency where I worked for 16 years. I've been on the PACE Advisory Committee since 2007. A few years ago, we realized that a family needs assessment had not been conducted in our community since 1989. So we came to council then and were granted funding to do this work. We looked at 4 areas of research. We wanted to understand how families were faring in terms of economic security, family supports, and stressors that affect quality of life here in Palo Alto. In particular, we sought feedback on the unique challenges facing low-income families, immigrant families, and families who have children with special needs. These groups were identified as being historically underrepresented in planning and assessment processes. In addition to learning more about families, we also researched the challenges facing early educators and caregivers in our community, along with the availability and accessibility of community resources, services, and supports. We gathered both quantitative data in the form of a census-based survey sent to families with children in our community, in addition to qualitative data in the form of 18 interviews with community leaders closely connected to families and children, 41 providers, and 3 focus groups with our pre-identified families, low-income families, immigrant families, and families who have children with special needs. You'll have to remember that the outcomes from this assessment were disseminated pre-pandemic. We know that all outcomes from this study have been exacerbated by the COVID pandemic, which we'll discuss in a few minutes. But even before the pandemic, families were very concerned about the high cost of housing, the relentless pace of work here in Silicon Valley, isolation from extended families, and the inability to access affordable, high-quality childcare. In particular, we learned there's a core group of families in Palo Alto who earn too much to qualify for a subsidy, but not enough to afford childcare or preschool without additional support. Families who immigrated here face challenges integrating into the community with both language and cultural barriers. The early care and education landscape was described by families as both expensive and difficult to access. Preschool administrators faced huge challenges around teacher recruitment and retention. So much so that more than 200 preschools across this county alone ended up closing either temporarily or permanently during the pandemic's first months. You may be asking yourself, how can this be? Parents pay very high fees to attend preschool, yet early educators are among the lowest paid profession across the country. It's important to remember that childcare, unlike the K-12 education system, is not included in our social safety net. Although we know that childcare is the key to economic recovery and the ability for parents to return to work, there's very little state support that goes into the early education system. Again, unlike our excellent K-12 public schools. These are often minimum wage educator jobs, and so they are extremely difficult to fill, and most early educators simply cannot afford to live in our community. These are some of the things we learned even pre-pandemic. So Palo Alto is poised to address these issues through targeted investments that support early education and directly benefit children and families in our community. And it couldn't be more timely. One of our hardworking early learning professionals, my colleague Kay, will share with you next how COVID has affected the early ed system even more.
Thank you, Heidi. As she mentioned, my name is Kate Erickson. I am the Executive Director at the Children's Preschool Center, which is located at Cubberley. I've been in this field for over 10 years, and I've been a director in early education for over 5. CPSC has served Palo Alto families for over 35 years. We currently have over 100 children from ages 3 months up to 5 years old, and we employ about 40 early childhood educators on our staff. I'm happy to be here this evening to share with you some of the impact that COVID has had on Palo Alto providers. You can imagine the last year and a half has been extremely challenging for us. The pandemic has basically had a major impact on our industry. There's been many challenges to early childhood education to operate during the pandemic. In the beginning, when the mandate was lifted for childcare to be able to reopen, I think back in, what was that? June of 2020, childcare was restricted to just essential workers, right? Childcare centers could only remain open for families of essential workers. When that mandate was lifted and we were able to open up our doors for all families, the regulations in place restricted how many children that we could actually have in our capacity. The number was 10 per class size, and as you can imagine, it was very challenging for centers to cover their operating class costs with such incredibly small class sizes. As Heidi mentioned, many centers closed during this period. Centers were also given very little guidance from some of the regulatory agencies on what we needed to do to keep our staff and our children and our families safe. Some of that guidance that we were given when we were given guidance was actually contradictory to itself. So it was really challenging for providers to know exactly what we should be doing when we reopened. Along with the small class sizes that we were restricted to, we were also facing the challenge of many families who just weren't ready to return to group care. As you can imagine, they were very fearful and just weren't ready to send their children back. We saw this again with the introduction of the Delta variant, where it felt like our industry was really finally bouncing back and our enrollment was increasing again. And then the Delta variant came, and then again, we had many families who decided to withdraw or told us that they just weren't ready to start in our centers. You know, families were not the only ones that were fearful. As you can imagine, for teachers, it was an incredibly stressful and incredibly scary time to be coming to work before the vaccine. Many teachers decided that they didn't want to return to their jobs after centers reopened. And teachers that did come back were under an incredible amount of stress. There were extra responsibilities that they had to do, extra cleaning. They were often, centers were staffed with fewer teachers, so it was much more challenging to take time off. And for an industry that already, as Heidi mentioned, was incredibly stressful one to work in, the pandemic just added to that stress. For directors like myself, the challenge in staffing was it was very difficult to actually hire quality early childhood educators. And this is something that we're just seeing as a trend across the country, where so many of our fantastic early childhood educators have decided to leave the field, and that when we need to hire, there's just no one there that is answering our ads on Indeed or looking for jobs. To support directors during this period, Pacey formed the Provider Network, which was, a group of providers, Palo Alto providers who met bi-weekly. They supported each other. They shared information that they had. Often, we were kind of all guessing together on what was the best thing to do. But this was a very strong support network that started during COVID and has remained even now, where we have pretty much a core group of Palo Alto directors who are meeting bi-weekly to support each other. We know that the recovery and support of childcare sector is essential. It's essential for the economic recovery of our country. It's essential for our parents' ability to work. And the future supply of quality and affordable care is essential to this industry. If we are going to provide safe and a stable environment where children can thrive, we're going to need some support. And we appreciate the town council listening to us tonight as we're making plans on ways that we can support our early childhood educators in Palo Alto. Thank you very much. Minka, I can't remember who's next.
I'm next. Good
Janet
evening.
is next.
Good evening, members of the council, mayor, city staff, and community members. My name is Janet Zamudio. I've been in the early care and education field for over 20 years. I've worked in the counties of Alameda and San Francisco, primarily in service and in support of families trying to seek and find childcare that's affordable to them, or connecting them to childcare subsidies, and also helping childcare providers in our communities to open up new centers or maintain their current environments, including family childcare, family and friend and neighbor care. I'm currently working at Stanford, as Minka mentioned. I've been in my role for 3 years now, and I work in support of our childcare centers on campus. So I will address our work plan. Some of the work plan that we have in place and are working towards comes from the very needs assessment that we did, understanding the needs of family pre-COVID that have been exacerbated at this point in time by the pandemic. So we had done the needs assessment. We went back and dug into that as part of the work plan process to revisit it and look through various lenses and various perspectives of the diverse families in the city of Palo Alto. We were also on the ground, as Kay mentioned, and doing the work in support of families and with working with teachers, hearing what was happening during this time with COVID, seeing the impacts of COVID on many programs in our neighborhood, and really wanting to be a support of a system that we knew is very fragile and can crumble very easily. So we took all of that learning and devised our work plan. What you see here is a high-level summary of what we are working towards. And it's mainly focused on education and the mental health of our educators and parents. I can't stress enough how our childcare educators, wherever they find themselves in centers, in their homes, working from with a licensed nannies, whoever's caring for children, have been the saving grace of this time period and have endured a lot through this pandemic, not knowing what change is going to come upon change and more change, and people getting sick all around us, and trying just to keep stable, mentally healthy, and able to respond to the needs of young children, which is so very important to be in a good space in order to be responsive to the needs of children. So one of the things we really want to continue is our bi-weekly program director meetings, which have proven to be super supportive and very fruitful in terms of providing resources, deciphering ever-changing, well, now it hasn't changed as much, but public health guidance and how that impacts childcare, how to translate some of the changes into practice. That also includes childcare state regulations, which have changed over time and have evolved. We've been very instrumental in, as Kate mentioned, getting together and figuring out how to translate that into program practice, and what are some best practices, or what are some things we can try out and pilot and share our learning and the things that we were piloting during a very different time. So we intend to continue those meetings. One of the things that directors mentioned as part of those meetings is that classroom teachers were also seeking connections similar to the connections they were having through these bi-weekly program director meetings. So we're still working through a pilot program. We have all the parameters set out for that, and we are seeking participants to come into those pilot meetings to help support classroom teachers as well, who are seeking connections and across different programs in our city. We're finding at this time that connecting teachers to professional development opportunities is critical. They are seeking the regular professional development opportunities that would come their way, maybe in different modalities like virtual trainings. However, they're also in need of mental health supports, some workshops on how to stay engaged and energized during this very critical time. And there's been organizations who have been wonderful. One of them, Parents Place, that have been in support to provide these very workshops that are welcomed by our educators at this time. There's also a need to compile these resources and provide them to our educators in a way that's easy for them to understand and decipher what's available to them at what times, and if they're meaningful to them or not, so that they can decide whether they can attend. There's so much that comes at us at this time that it's just very important for us to help them understand what's available and provide that information to them rather than relying on them to seek everything out for themselves. And then we want to continue to improve our current mechanisms of communicating resources to families in the community. One of the ideas is to continue to connect with community organizations, expand what's on the website. That was some work already being done, and just being able to gather resources and have information available to families at the time when they need it. So these are just some of the things we're working on. I'd be remiss if I didn't point out that one of the things that Daisy also worked on is making sure that those bi-weekly program director meetings were available in different languages. So we really tried to connect to providers in Spanish and host some of the same meetings in different languages to be in support of our childcare system and maintain it during this very difficult time. I will hand it over to Minka for the next slide.
Thank you. Thank you, Janet, and thank you, Kay and Heidi. So I will be going over our requests for funding. So many of the items that Janet just went over on the previous page, we will be able to complete as a PACE committee just by our own professional contacts and our own efforts to be able to do so. But there are some things that we would like to accomplish in the next year that does include an investment of funding to be able to complete. And I'd like to just go quickly over what those are. So the first is a community of practice. This is a type of working together intensely that you'll see in other industries as well. But we are looking to do a community of practice in the childcare industry and with our local providers for up to 14 local providers to really reimagine the way in which they teach and which they work with each other and the way they work with the children in their care. So this is a 6-month training program for the educators to build these practices, to develop connections with other providers that help support reflective teaching. And we hope reinvigorate their love of working in the industry. As Janet said, it's been a very stressful time for educators over the last 18 months. And to be able to offer them a professional training series to reinvigorate their love of the profession will be something that will have a ripple effect in the early education community. The fees will, the budget will go towards paying for the professional facilitators and a small stipend for the educators. They will be doing this training on their off time. And as has been explained by Heidi and Kay, a lot of the educators are on very limited incomes and salaries for educators are not very high. So we want to honor their time and their commitment to the 6-month training program with a small stipend. We'd like to have a scholarship fund to be able to say to them, we know that your organizations have cut budgets because they've had to, because there is less money coming in, because there are less children in your programs. And one of the first things to go is some of the extras. And one of those extras is training. And we'd like to say to them, we know that training and connecting with other providers is very important, and that you might see something that you really like to participate in, but you can't pay it for yourself, or your agency cannot provide it for you. So we'd like to have a scholarship fund so they could apply to be considered for us to be able to pay for them to attend that training. The last area is also an area that's been cut in many childcare budgets, and that's the assistance from professionals who come in that do childhood observations for children that are having behavioral challenges, that are having trauma due to maybe situations that are happening, in their family, or longer traumas. And this allows professionals to be able to come in and help the early education site with, working with that child, working with the educators, and working with the parents. So we'd like to be able to provide mini grants for that program as well. So lastly is the request for the $30,000. And I'll just quickly go over what this slide is trying to tell you. So there is a child care trust fund that the city has, and we are asking that $30,000 from the trust fund be taken from the general fund and be put into the Community Services Department's account. So it goes from the trust fund to the general fund to Community Services account. So we're asking for that $30,000 investment to be able to make this impact in the lives and the programs and the services of our local educators. So that is my last slide. I will be happy to, in addition to the other presenters, answer any questions you have, and I thank you for your time.
Okay, well, thank you. Let's go to the public first to see if there's any of the public who would like to make a comment. So if you'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand. And I don't see any hands at this point, so we'll come back to council for questions, discussion, and motions. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, real briefly, all sounds perfectly worthwhile, but why is this a city issue instead of a school district issue?
I mean, these are private childcare providers. The school district has a couple, one childcare program, at the Greendale site, but these are private providers and they are not associated with the school district.
I see. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. Ms. Zamudio said that during the pandemic, these early childhood educators were the saving grace for many families. I will say for my family, they were the saving grace long before the pandemic, and fond memories of dropping my kids off at preschool and getting to go for a walk at the dish by myself, in addition to the other things I was doing. So, you know, it's really hard to overstate how important childcare is. It's what, and I think woven throughout here, and thank you to staff for making it so clear, is the fact that most of these businesses are owned and operated by women. Most of them are staffed by women. And to the extent that this childcare is not available, women cannot be in the workforce. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't found a space for our kids at Mini Infant Center, which is now part of Palo Alto Community Childcare. We weren't in a position to afford a nanny. So it really is, it's so crucial to fully have, really to all, and I understand, you know, that we could talk about this from a family perspective, but I just want to emphasize how important this is to women. And I'm really glad this has come forward. I'm astonished we didn't find this $300K trust fund when we were going through the budget before. So I do have a couple questions. And the first is, what is our plan for the remaining 270K?
I would say at this point, this is we don't have a specific plan for the 300,000. We will continue to ask for use of this money to help with issues and actions related to increasing accessibility, availability, quality, and affordability of childcare in Palo Alto. We realize the only money coming into it is interest income. So PACE is very much guarding this funding to be able to use at times when it thinks it can be impactful to the needs of childcare providers or local families. So it sounds like a lot of money, but if you start, you know, it's not enough to start a new childcare site. It's not enough to do, you know, a lot of major projects, but to be able to have these targeted investments, you know, to address the needs of our early education providers, that's where it can be really impactful.
I don't disagree, and I look forward to you coming back and telling us where else you'd like to spend it that would be important. I really support the idea of the community of practice cohort, including the part of parent education. If I think about, you know, the different parent education events I had at, you know, daycare and preschool, and then subsequently in, you know, in the public school district, this is such a great way for parents to learn from each other with the support of a trained facilitator. So I think that's a fantastic way to support all of our families, no matter how old their kids are. So that's really crucial. And I agree with the comment that professional development is really, it's an issue for us here in the city as well with city employees. Everybody's cut the budgets for professional development, both from a finance point and then a time point. Two quick questions. What is the average hourly wage for early childhood educators in our city?
I will let Kay or Janet answer that to the best of their knowledge.
That's a challenging question to answer because a lot of centers really don't like to share that information. It's something that I'm trying to put together right now as I'm preparing my fiscal budget for next year. I think wages are going up, but I think if you were looking at the average in Palo Alto, you are probably seeing something around. Then this is just for not family, just private childcare centers,
Right.
not family home centers. $22 an hour is what I would guess for a fully qualified educator. I think in order to hire right now, most educators are looking for closer to $24 an hour. It's still not a living wage for Palo Alto, I don't believe, but I think that's what we're looking at.
Thank you. That's very helpful. And then I understand the legislature recently took some action with respect to these wages. Is that affecting these numbers at all? I don't have the details about whichever piece of legislation it was, but my understanding is there's been some money moved towards this.
The state is supporting reimbursement rates for subsidized slots.
Okay, so the ones that the city pays for. Okay.
Yeah, subsidized slots when families meet the income eligibility levels throughout the state. They can use those slots in California state preschool programs, and the reimbursement rates, which are still lower than market rate, those will be increased to just a little bit higher, but still not at market rate.
Okay.
And while Kay is talking about the very generous salaries that Palo Alto educators might earn, it's certainly in terms of countywide, you're looking more at $12 to $13 an hour for an early educator.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for mentioning that, Heidi. I think that's a great point because many educators that I work with actually live in San Jose or Santa Clara and commute to Palo Alto because the wages generally are much higher in Palo Alto than they are in other counties in the Bay Area. So yeah, it's if you're looking across the peninsula, you're going to see a lower rate of pay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And when the time comes, I will certainly be supporting the staff recommendation.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes, so thank you all for bringing this forward. I also wasn't aware of the trust fund that had been sitting there for 30 plus years and growing interest. And as we've been in really a crisis for over a year and a half now, that I fully appreciate that the childcare community has been hit as hard as any provider service that we have in our society and locally, and that entities that had reserves have bled their reserve funds to try to survive through this and provide necessary services. I also really appreciate the comment that was made that we have many folks in our community who are earn too much to qualify for subsidies, but really don't earn enough to be able to pay for childcare, and they're caught in this dilemma. And I appreciate that the trust fund and these efforts are not able to address these much larger financial needs that the providers are facing right now. But I did want to really rethink and ask for feedback from some of the members of the PACE committee on what the actual needs that your group has that for funds that you could expend this coming year in a really effective way. And when I look at the breakdown of this request, aspects of it like the scholarship fund and some of the reimbursement funding, it looks to me like it's a very few dollars to spread over so many different educators. So my question of whoever from Pacey chooses to respond to it is, if you were afforded the opportunity to have additional funds from the reserve fund or from the trust or otherwise, would you be able to, and do you actually have immediate needs for some of these purposes? And are you asking too little? And was there just a notion that this is the most you could ask for? It's a trust fund. In my mind, we've got a trust fund that's been building interest for 30 years. We're in a crisis and we're only looking at spending a tiny fraction of a trust fund. We haven't had a tradition for 30 years of having to dip into that. This is a time where we may want to dip deeper. And then lastly, connected to it, is Councilmember Philseth's question. I don't think this is a PAUSD issue per se, but it is an issue that clearly is in this shared mission between PAUSD and the city of attempting to meet the needs of families and children in our community. And this is what we're working on the City School Liaison Committee, is to really look at mapping out those shared interests and needs and sharing resources to address them. And I frankly think that the school district, which is thankfully in a strong financial position right now, might be willing to share in those costs. They've come to a much greater recognition in recent years on the essential role of early childhood development to prepare children comparably to enter kindergarten and not fall behind, have certain student groups fall behind from the outset, and a much higher cost and much greater impacts if they start off behind from other students. So let me ask whoever's appropriate from Pacey, if we were to enable you to have perhaps something like $60,000 for this year, would those be dollars that you would be able to spend constructively for similar purposes to what you have outlined tonight?
Well, I'll start off by answering some of your questions, Councilmember Burt. I would say that for the question of working in collaboration with the school district, when we completed the family needs assessment, and we were even in just the process of starting the process to do it, and we very much thought that the issues of working on the needs of families in our community did not just rest in the hands of the city. So our intention was, when the needs assessment came out, that we would roll it out to various stakeholders in the community and seeking their time and their investment of their staff to help work on these issues that are affecting families and childcare providers in the community. And then COVID hit. As far as the investment of $30,000, I would agree with you. I think if along the way, I have been telling the childcare providers of all the grant programs that have come out, the city's business grant program for those that were set up as a business and not as nonprofits, those other ones in the community. I think one of the conversations we had as Pacey, is, of course, if we set up this 300,000 as some kind of a grant program to help them with financial needs, we could go through the funding really quickly. I think we looked at our capacity to be able to test out these 3 specific needs in the early education community and see what the response would be for them, for the professional trainings, for having professional mental health or parenting specialists be able to come out their site, and to reinvigorate the educators themselves was a start. I think we're feeling really cautious that this 300,000 won't last that long once you start to play it. I think we were just being cautious. I might turn it over to one of my other PACey members if they have something to add. Heidi, you've been on the committee for a long time. Would you like to add anything?
Yes, thank you for those wonderful comments. Yes, we would be, we have thought long and hard over the years on how we can utilize these funds to support our community in the most long-lasting way possible. I think that's why we have tried to pilot programs. We actually, Minka, I'm not sure if you talked about this, but the communities of practice, we piloted it a few years ago. It was wildly successful, but expensive. And so we had to work with the city to figure out logistics about the trust fund and how we could access it. And I think that took some time and a lot of conversations for Minka to have. And that's where some of that caution comes in. We certainly have no end of ideas, and we certainly understand the tremendous need. And, you know, countywide, there was a huge effort from the Board of Supervisors in the form of $10,000 stabilization grants to keep family child care home providers in business. And they gave out $7 million of these stabilization grants, and still more than 200 family child care home providers closed permanently in the county. So the need is endless and tremendous for these small business owners who, as was pointed out earlier, are often women and often women of color. So I think there's plenty of need, and the committee has always been very thoughtful and reflective in considering how to have the biggest impact for sort of the least amount of money that will impact the ongoing growing fund that we hope to sustain for a while. So that was our thinking. We're happy, of course, to come back with additional ideas if so the council so desires.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks to city staff and our partner agencies for working on this, and a lot of great information that you were able to kind of bring about, and really eye-opening. Some mostly alarming, but I thought some areas there where I felt a little hopeful, so I appreciate it. Many of my colleagues already answered some of my questions, so appreciate that. One of my questions. The survey respondents on the quality of life issue indicated that lack of family support was a big concern, and I was curious, did we get a sense from that data if that's being caused by a lack of family living within Palo Alto or close by who are able to kind of fulfill the role of kind of a child care provider? I mean, I know a lot of young families who either move to be closer to their parents, or their parents move closer to their children after having kids in order to have access to that familial support, being able to have free childcare. And I'd imagine that is a bigger barrier in Palo Alto maybe than other communities for young families, maybe not having that lack of family support here given the high cost of living. So did you get a sense of that from the interviews? Because it just wasn't made clear in the report.
Yes, absolutely. And thank you for those comments. That's exactly what we found, is that families are often living far from their extended support networks for obvious reasons, that it is very expensive to live in our community and it's hard to have grandparents move here. I think this, of course, has been even more exacerbated by the pandemic, where families with babies, infants, or toddlers are really isolated at home without their parent groups or parent baby groups. That Parents Place had to stop all of its in-person parent-child groups because of the pandemic. And so there just aren't gathering places now to even start to create those parent relationships. So people are feeling isolated I think when they come into a community like a preschool or a childcare, they start to find that group of parents who understand what they're going through and start to build new networks, which is one of the positives that came out. But I think not having their extended family around, as you mentioned, for those reasons, it feels isolating. So I think anything that the city can do to promote family events and to bring people together when it's safe, so that parents can get to know each other. And certainly Minka has been instrumental in helping us think through community services and classes and other things that we can begin to think about as ways to support these informal parent networks that are so critical. And then also offering them in multiple languages and bringing people together from different cultural backgrounds. And I think that's another effort that we can certainly think through some more as well.
Absolutely, and I hope staff was listening and taking notes, because I think you're spot on as far as kind of what we need to be able to provide, especially trying to create more community connections coming out of this pandemic is really going to be helpful. And I thought that really resonated with me, as well as the issue of the subsidies of families not making too much to qualify, but not enough to afford childcare. And I think these are things both my wife and I we're at the point in our lives we're discussing the possibility of having children, and these are some of that reality that we continue to struggle with, recognizing we're both public school teachers, but so we make too much money for these subsidies, but not enough to really be able to afford it, and the struggle as well with no family living in Palo Alto or close enough to really maybe take care of kids. I mean, this is an issue that not only are we debating right now, and with that decision of having kids, but several of my friends and family members have made similar decisions, unfortunately, to move out of Palo Alto. And in a perfect world, that shouldn't be something that's driving people out of the community because they can't afford childcare. So nothing more basic really than the right to be able to have kids, and I think affordable childcare as well is so critical to that. You mentioned the languages, and I completely agree with you. Do we know? Don't know who would be the right person to answer this question. Which languages are these services currently being advertised in?
Well, so are you talking? If you're talking about the city through Pacey has a resource site for educators and for families. And that is currently, the site is on the Human Services page and is in English, but we have the ability through the translate to translate that into Chinese and into Spanish. So as far as if you're looking for our resources, if you're looking for programs and services themselves, that's what we're really trying to do to expand that resource, to look at what are the resources and services that immigrant families who don't have English as a first language, families with children with special needs, what additional resources do they need that we might not already have listed on our website. As far as the programs and services of Pacey's, those are mostly the educational programs. Those have mostly been in English, as Janet has said. We did very consciously have our support meetings early in the pandemic for Spanish language providers as well.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And I see I'm out of time. Just my last comment. One thing I was concerned too about reading in the report that survey respondents reported that they're concerned about accessing community resources for families with children with special needs. That was disturbing to me. I think we need to make sure that we are trying to address what those barriers truly are and address those so that those families are able to understand what those resources are, and can better access those resources. And Mr. Mayor, if you're ready to entertain motions, I'll move the staff report. Sorry, move the staff recommendation if you're ready.
Yeah, I'll second it.
Great, thank you.
You want to speak to it any further?
No, I think I've said enough of my comments.
So thanks for the update. Again, I think most of the other council members asked my questions, made comments. So I just wanted to be clear with our finance department. So these funds are from a child care trust fund. Are those restricted funds?
Yes.
And are there, and maybe this is more broadly to the whole group, but are there federal funds coming out of COVID specifically for early childcare? Are those things that we can apply for?
I'm going to assume yes. I'm not sure that the city necessarily would be the recipient of those. Those would be things that the independent agencies would be responsible for those applications of, like, since we aren't an early childcare provider.
So Dr. Eberling nodding her head.
Awesome.
Yeah, I mean, several cities. So at my new job, I'm Deputy Chief of Early Learning for First 5 Santa Clara County. So I'm working at the county level now, and the county is positioning itself for ARPA funding. And part of that ARPA funding is going to be towards childcare and early education workforce. So that's how.
But is it something that, I don't know if PACE exists? I guess it's just a committee under the city.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, the other thing just struck me, like you said, I think there was some surprise that this fund existed. It wasn't something that I'd noticed before in the budget. But, you know, I think what I heard was you guys are being very careful with the funds. You want to do this pilot test, kind of understand how it's going to work. I would suggest that if there are more needs, that we just get it incorporated into our regular budget process, which is coming up fairly soon. And then we could avoid just voting on this as a separate budget amendment. So, you know, maybe you could have the goal of using these funds, getting these tests done, and coming back in the next budget cycle, which would be early next year, I guess, to kind of loop in. So fully supportive, happy to pass this motion. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, just wanted to thank staff and Pacey for you guys' work on this. You know, one thing I was just thinking about as I was looking at this, especially in comparison to some of the consent items that we had tonight. You know, we had a $11.3 million contract, and we had another $18.9 million contract, and this one is, you know, several orders of magnitude smaller. So it does make me wonder, like, why wasn't this on consent versus the other ones? And also share what my other council members said, which is I didn't actually know about this trust fund before, and so it'd be kind of interesting to know why we didn't know about it, and if there's any other funds like this that we don't know about. But I think that's important, especially during these tough budget times. With that said, though, I really like what you guys are trying to do here. I think that working parents are very underrepresented in our city. They're not, you know, a lot of working parents can get involved in the city, and it's unfortunate because they make a big portion of our city. And as Councilman Stone said, affordable childcare is a big deal, right? In terms of planning to have kids, or if you have kids and just trying to make ends meet. I mean, schools also ask for, you know, rather significant donations per kid. So it's tough, right? As a parent, it's really tough in the city. And I know that the PACCC is alive only because of the PPP loans. You know, we heard already that the salaries are not at livable wages. Staff is coming from East San Jose region. But, you know, I think having support for early childhood education is really important. I think it helps get kids ready for kindergarten. So just want to thank all involved for hanging in there despite kind of all the challenges through COVID and, you know, new executive director and all the other challenges involved in kind of holding things together. So really wanted to thank you guys for that. And I will be fully supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member Tanaka. I just wanted to respond to your question of why this wasn't on consent, because yes, I would agree as staff, this could have easily been on consent. The Pacey committee and myself as staff felt like we wanted to have this on the action agenda for a couple of reasons. One is we wanted to give a report back from the investment that council made from the trust fund a couple of years ago to be able to do the needs assessment. And we felt like that in the landscape of the last year and a half, the council has heard a lot of what has been happening in the business community, and really felt like it was important for council to understand what has happened during COVID from the landscape of another sector of the business community, which is our childcare providers. So we really wanted to take this opportunity to have you be fully versed in what was happening and the effects of COVID on this very important sector of the community.
Thank you for that. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes. So I'm really concerned that the request has been one where the committee has wanted to be cautious and not alarmist in their in what they're asking for. But I know from the discussions with Palo Alto Community Child Care and others that our child care community is in crisis right now. It's not in bad shape. It's in crisis. And by no means do we have the funds to resolve that crisis. But these are good programs, and I would, what they've put out as a pilot is really pretty small on $5,000 to all the child care providers in this community for scholarships and $5,000 for mini grants. And if they said, well, we don't know what the uptake will be on these, we could authorize a higher amount and it'd be a not to exceed. And if they didn't have the applications from deserving folks who are desperately looking for those funds, then those funds wouldn't get utilized. So I'd like to see if there's receptivity by the maker of the motion to increase the transfer amount to $50,000, a not to exceed $50,000 that they would utilize for the additional funds for the scholarship and mini grant programs.
I'm receptive. I think two things I'd like to hear from staff as far as thoughts on our ability to increase those funds. And maybe I know the vice mayor asked this question earlier, but I don't know, I wasn't quite convinced that there being a plan there for the increased funding. If maybe a representative could speak to that one more time. I'm definitely leaning towards accepting, but would just like a little more information.
Sure, I definitely think that there could be a really big request from the child care providers as far as this is concerned. That's definitely the possibility. We were trying to be cautious. We were trying to, be in keeping with, what the Child Care Trust Fund, could be used for. And this is definitely, one of those areas to look into, childcare programs being accessible to, all children, if they're having some struggles, being able to have a professional come in and be able to help the staff address those struggles instead of, making the painful decision, maybe the child can no longer continue in the program. So I definitely think that it's a possibility that we will get a big influx of requests beyond the 5,000. We were trying to be cautious. If there's an ability to go up to a certain amount, and knowing that if the funding isn't used, that it would either go back to the trust fund or transfer over to the next fiscal year, then staff would definitely be in favor of that. We have, like I said, we've just been trying to be very good stewards of the money that is in there.
And just one piece to add for Councilmember Stone and staff, frankly, we do have multiple budget items coming up over the coming months. We have a preliminary Q1 report that's coming out. I think council's to be hearing that at the end of October. We have our routine mid-year budget review that happens at the start of the new calendar year. So if staff needs a little bit of time to figure out what the right number is, or to see if these programs are successful in the first couple of months and then come back for an increase, that's another option. Since we do have some And we've all kind of discussed that just the budget appropriation action could very well be rolled up into a budget memo or a consent item. It was really this discussion that was agendized from an action perspective. So just something for staff and folks' consideration.
I appreciate, what is the total, what's the total amount in the trust fund?
I believe 300,000.
So this
Sorry,
would
I see Dr. Eberling, you want to make another comment?
I just wanted to share, and thank you so much for those questions and comments. I just wanted to share that a Yale study came out a year or two ago that looked at expulsions in preschool environments and found that they are 3 times higher than all of K-12 combined. And the reason that happens is because early educators often struggle with challenging behaviors that could potentially result from pre-identified diagnoses of underlying additional needs. And it's very, very difficult for families, especially families who are struggling, to get the supports that they need to do these assessments and to get the behavioral supports in the classroom to help their child be successful. I can tell you from the 16 years of doing child behavioral observations in preschools in this community, it's very, very challenging when you have a child that you don't understand the behaviors for. And bringing in these professionals is expensive, and families often have to pay full costs, not only for the childcare, but then for all of the additional interventions. So increasing the scholarship to have additional behavioral support and professionals coming in, looking and screening for early intervention would be life-saving for families. So I really, really appreciate that thought.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Amberling, and I appreciate the data and the studies. That's persuasive. And just to confirm, these funds would be coming, the additional 20,000 beyond the ask would be coming from the Child Care Trust Fund, correct?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So I appreciate that. Yeah, I agree. We've had these funds for a very long time, waiting maybe for a rainy day, and it is pouring outside. So I'll accept the amendment, or the friendly amendment.
So I had similar questions. I think, again, we got a very impressive group here that made this request. And so I was a little hesitant because, again, I think you should have asked for what you needed. We do need a 2/3 vote. And we have some big items we need to get to on our agenda. So, I'm willing to accept the amendment. I wonder if what Ms. Noze suggested might be a more prudent way to go, which is to do these pilots and come back with a number based on needs rather than just picking a number out of the air tonight. Again, we seem to have had this fund for a long time. I'm not sure what we're saving it for or when. Maybe some clarity around that would be helpful too. But so I see more hands going up. I'll go ahead and accept this as a friendly amendment. But again, we need a 2/3 vote to pass it. So Councilmember Filson.
Yeah, I kind of agree with Ms. Noze, which is, there's obviously a huge amount of value we can do in this area, right? I'd sort of like to understand what they're going to do, how we can use the whole $300,000. Right? I mean, if we don't need to understand that, then why don't we give them the whole $300,000 now? Right? If early childhood education and childcare is important to Palo Alto, maybe we need a strategy for more than $300,000 on it. I think 50,000, 60,000. I'd rather see some context around it. I mean, 300,000 is not that much money in the grand context of things. It won't go that far here, but every little bit helps is kind of the road to hell too. So I think if we want to know how they're going to use the 300,000, let's do it. Ms. Noze said, if we don't care about that, then let's just give them the whole 300,000 now. So 50,000, not sure why that's a better number than any other.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, just to respond to some of those concerns. So I do agree that we should be looking at these needs under the budget context, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do now what we can. That same argument on well, if we can't solve the entire problem or deal with all 300,000, that would apply to why wouldn't we give them 30,000 now? The answer that we just heard from Dr. Emmerling is that yes, they could very much utilize these dollars. The idea is that $5,000 spread across all those different individual providers is just so little. And if we don't have the demand for those scholarships, then those additional funds won't get used. This is a very modest amount. I agree that we should look at this more comprehensively, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't do something now to help spur this forward. And for that matter, to be able to show the PAUSD what we're doing and be able to ask them to look for comparable measures that they would take.
Can I ask that we make sure the motion is correct?
So if the council truly wishes to change the amount to 50,000, which I will just note for everybody, we are checking amongst staff on what the typical approval process is for the recommendation of these trust funds to make sure that this change doesn't impede any of those. And so if we were to do this, basically every number in this recommendation would need to switch to 50,000. And I would also suggest that the council consider amending it to saying that the additional funding be proportionately allocated as recommended in the staff report. I'm not sure what the additional, because the staff report only identifies up to 30,000. So
if I may provide some context about the trust fund. At the time it was given, it was to support the needs identified in the child care master plan that was available at that time. So at that time, there were expenditures that were paid from the child care trust fund that were based on that original child care master plan. And then there were a series of years where the trust fund wasn't used. So a couple of years ago, staff went back to the attorney's office and to ASD to say, okay, there's been a significant passage of time since this funding was originally given. What can it currently be used for? And at that time, they said that there is not a legal obligation to spend it on specific things any longer based on the original gifting of the funds, but that the use of the funds would be best. They advised us that we should use the funds to for programs and services that were as close as possible to the original purpose it was given. So that is, again, going back to accessible, available, quality, and affordable childcare in the community. So the ask that we're making now is, really looking into the accessibility and the quality of childcare, that what we're specifically asking for. But there has been uses of the Child Care Trust Fund over the years by Pacey and the earlier iterations of that Child Care Committee.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I appreciate that the committee has been cautious, and I'm going to align myself with Councilmember Filseth. I just don't feel that we can increase every number that comes to us. Every group of these people has needs. I subscribe to the suggestion from Ms. Director Noze that we let the committee take this, do some math, find out if 5,000 isn't the right amount, then come back and ask us for what the right amount is and provide that information then. It won't be that long, and it sounds like there'll be other things. And I'm sure that, the 30,000 would be plenty to get started. I just concerns me when we make decisions quickly. And we override the staff recommendation, even though it's in, with the intent to be more helpful. It's a pattern and it concerns me.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and call the vote at this point. We have a lot more items to get to, and we're talking about $30,000 or $50,000 depending. So go ahead and start with Councilmember Tanaka.
Are we voting on the amendment or just the whole motion?
The motion as is.
As is. Okay. Do you want to? Should we split this? Because I know some of us.
There's nothing to split here. It's
Well, if this fails, we can make another motion, right?
Yep.
Okay. No.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
No.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
So that fails on a 4-3 vote. I'll make the motion. Do we go back to the original 30,000?
Second.
Okay. Not sure who I heard first. It was either Councilmember Stone or Councilmember Cormack. Anyways, let's go ahead and vote on the original motion. It's the clerk there.
Yeah, I think she's pulling the original motion from the staff report.
Okay. So we'll start with Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
All right, so that passes on a 7-0 vote. Thank you. And I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break now. So we come back at 6:36. Thank you. Would staff like to go ahead and start?
Yes, let's see. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. The action before the council this evening is to determine that the parcel map with exceptions included in your packet substantially conforms to the map that was previously approved by the council last January. This is typically a perfunctory action and placed on your consent calendar, but a slight mix-up placed this on action agenda instead for this evening. The applicant is present if you have any questions, but otherwise there's no further presentation from staff or the applicant. Council can open up the public hearing and take action on the item, or if you have any questions, we're happy to answer those questions as well.
Great, thank you. So we'll go to the public to see if there are any comments on this item. Please raise your hand if you'd like to comment. Right, I'm not seeing any hands. So we'll come back to council for questions, comments, and motions. Councilmember Cormack.
I'll be happy to make the staff recommendation on this item.
Okay, I will second that. Do you have any comments?
No, I believe we discussed it thoroughly last time this came before us.
I agree. Is there anybody that would like to make a comment on council? Okay, so we'll go ahead and vote. Not seeing any hands. Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Philseth.
Yep.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
And Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Great, thank you. That passed 7-0. And we'll move on to item AA1, which is a hearing on objective standards with some ordinance amendments.
Well, thank you. On a slightly more complicated matter.
Yeah.
In a moment, I will introduce Gene Eisberg from Lexington Planning to offer a presentation. Sorry, if you can give me a moment here. Great. But I wanted to take just acknowledge that there's a lot of information in your packet, and you've got a pretty comprehensive ordinance that is changing a lot of aspects of the zoning code. And I'm sure the council's aware there's been a fair amount of correspondence on this agenda item. So I just want to do a brief introduction and explain, why we're doing this, and maybe address some of the comments that we've heard as well. So the reason that we've embarked on this effort is really rooted in the housing work plan. And included in the housing work plan are a couple of tasks, including one that requires or asks staff to identify by right project procedures, and another one is to strengthen objective standards. And both of these were placed into the work program because of SB 35, the state law that imposed a number of criteria, but including one that says for certain qualifying housing projects, the city can only review those projects based on objective criteria. And so objective criteria are things like a clear setback, a 6-foot setback, or height, or how much floor area is allowed on a property. And so we're fine on those areas, but our zoning code also has a lot of subjective criteria or standards, including performance measures, design context, and all of our findings for all area permits are also subjective. And so what we're trying to do here is take those subjective standards and make them objective so that we can continue to honor sort of our interest in these design criteria or these aesthetics standards that wouldn't otherwise apply if one of these qualifying housing projects comes forward. And so there's been some concerns that we're removing some aspects of the code and that it's weakening some of the standards. But the intent here is really to strengthen those things that this community over the years has really embodied in terms of its design and aesthetic interests. And so it's not been an easy task. And we spent over the past year working with the Architecture Review Board, the Planning and Transportation Commission. We've had 13 meetings with 5 with the ARB ad hoc and 3 meetings with the Planning and Transportation Commission. And we've really relied on these council appointed board and commissioners to help guide us through this process. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a warning about my internet signal, so I'll cut up my video. There's been some comments that the ordinance itself goes beyond the state mandated requirements. And just to be clear, the state is not requiring the city to make any of these changes. The state is simply saying qualifying housing projects are subject to objective standards. Now, council has previously supported this initiative, and the item is now before this council to take a look at the work that's been done. And we fully expect that there will still be some adjustments and modifications to realize the council's interest based out on the public testimony that you receive. We're presenting what we've done to date. We think it's reflects our interests, but we understand that there may be some changes still forthcoming. And so that's a little bit on the background, and Jean in her presentation will address a little bit more. I do want to call to the council's attention an at places memo that was prepared last week that identifies the path forward for breaking up this ordinance and hearing over a few meetings, and we can discuss that further if there's some questions. But I also wanted to acknowledge again just a lot of public comments that have come in through the council mailbox, and one email in particular from Palo Alto neighborhoods. And there's a number of points that are mentioned in that correspondence. And I thought it might be helpful to at least initially address some of those. And I won't go into them all, but one of them was the concern that there's been no explanation of the impacts of the new standards. And the new code language, the ordinance that's before you is attempting to translate these subjective standards into the objective criteria. And so naturally, there is some judgment involved in that process, which is why we've relied so heavily on the ARB and engaged them over 13 meetings to really vet through these standards. Now, clearly the council may have some other changes, and that in and of itself reflects a continuation of the public process to bring some clarity to the subjective standards. We do have on our website a crosswalk that shows what was changed and where it ended in the subject ordinance, and Jean will talk more about that in her presentation. Another point that was raised is that the new standards clearly eliminate meaningful privacy protections for residents. And the example cites a landscaping provision, and frankly, it illustrates the challenges that we have in taking something that is that reasonable people could agree or disagree on, and making that into something that's really clear and objective. And if the council, after the public conversation and input, concludes that the staff solutions and recommendations from ARB and PTC that were derived to that public process needs to be changed, that can be done over the course of these hearings that we have scheduled for the council. All we need to make sure is that to achieve our goal for this project is that any new standards that we come up with, that they again just be objective and easily applied to a project. Pan raises some concerns about loopholes and commercial projects being subject to a lesser standard. And from a staff's perspective, and again, Jean will talk more about this in her presentation, commercial projects continue to be subject to ARB findings and new intent statements that in many instances is a direct reflection of the context-based criteria that are set forth in the code. Now, there may be things that we can do to further strengthen that connection. And so we're happy to have that conversation and identify some options on how we can do that. There's some other points. I'll just mention one more. There's a comment about staff favoring upzoning for housing development. And to some degree, yes, I mean, the ordinance reflects some of those changes. as it's set forth in the housing work plan task to identify by right project procedures. Now, we've done a little bit about this in some previous ordinances that the council may recall, such as the housing incentive program. And so the idea included in this in these ordinances is the idea of extending the HIP to the pedestrian and transportation oriented development areas near the Caltrain station near Cal Ave, and also to extend the affordable housing overlay as by right. Now, these are components of the ordinance that we'll discuss over the next several hearings. And if it's something that the council is not interested in pursuing, then we don't need to continue to pursue that. Those could be omitted from the ordinance. And maybe just one last final note, and maybe a final note before the final note. There's other comments in the PAN letter and other comments from other folks who have offered some responses. We're happy to have answer any of those questions and expand upon that further. But my truly last note before I introduce Jean is to just note that even when we get through this process, we're not done. We still need to extend objective standards to SOFA, and amending the coordinated area plan is a bit of a different process. And so we're taking that one up separate from this initiative. And there's other state laws that that have been already approved or established, SB 330, and then more recently SB 9 and SB 478 that also has references to objective standards. So we still have a lot of work to do in this area, and hopefully our discussion over the next couple of meetings will help inform our effort as we go forward. So with that, thank you for your attention. Jean Eisberg from Lexington Planning has a fairly lengthy presentation because there is so much involved. So grab your preferred caffeinated drink and sit back and enjoy. And we're here to answer any questions. Jean?
Okay, thank you, Director Late. Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Again, I'm Jean Eisberg with Lexington Planning. I'm going to try to go through this relatively quickly, and then we can come back to any slides you have questions about. So I'll provide an overview of the project and the key components we're going to talk about tonight, which are the objective design standards, and then other updates to Title 18 intended to clarify intent, modernize code given new technologies and environmental conditions, and strengthen ambiguous language. In 3 weeks, we'll come back and we'll talk about the component of the ordinance that aims to transform legislative actions and expand the housing incentive program. And you can see those packet pages on the screen. So just to touch base about what are these objective standards. So this is the definition under state law, standards that involve no personal or subjective judgment. They're uniformly verifiable and they're known by the applicant and the city prior to submittal. And so the city has a number of objective standards. You think about development standards such as height, density, front setback, the daylight plane. Compared to that, what are subjective criteria? And many of the context-based design criteria are subjective. So for example, scale and massing must be compatible with the existing pattern of buildings. That sounds good, but that type of standard is, that type of subjective criteria is not enforceable for certain types of projects undergoing streamlined review that only need to meet objective standards. So given these changes in state law, there are certain types of projects that only need to meet those objective standards, as I said. And the city's subjective design guidelines, such as the context-based criteria, cannot be used to take action on those projects. As Director Late indicated, the state is not requiring that the city have or adopt new objective standards. It's just saying that those are the only standards that can be used for projects undergoing streamlined review. The city has objective development standards that create that development envelope or the box. And it has design guidelines which provide general subjective guidance for how to make that box more contextually appropriate, more attractive. But the city does not have objective design standards that could be enforced for those types of projects. So that's what this project aims to do, to establish those standards so the city can continue to enforce its design priorities. And this draft ordinance suggests other changes to Title 18 to clean up ambiguity, remove redundancies, and acknowledge changes in technology, as I mentioned. The project is funded by SB 2, which has 3 aims. The objective design standards are primarily about streamlining housing approvals. You'll see we have suggested some changes to process, and I mentioned potential changes to legislative actions to help facilitate housing affordability and accelerate housing production consistent with the comp plan and the housing work plan. This is not unique for Palo Alto. Most of the cities in the county are working on objective standards. Most of these cities are working on design standards. Some are updating development standards like height and density, which we're not doing here. And then just a few cities are pursuing process streamlining as we proposed here. I'm going to breeze through the next few slides, which are on state law, and we can come back if you have questions, but the next series of slides all fall under the umbrella of the Housing Accountability Act. This is a section of the government code that's been on the books for many decades, but is getting enforced more and more by developers. So this applies to housing development projects, which we'll see this term come up again in my presentation and in the ordinance. But these are projects that are 2 or more residential units, so multifamily housing generally, or mixed-use developments that are at least 2/3 residential, or transitional supportive housing. And so for these types of projects, a city cannot deny a project, reduce its density, or make it infeasible when such projects comply with objective standards. And so the next series of slides are other types of streamlined processing that also qualify as housing development projects. You may be familiar with SB 35, which was adopted a few years ago. In Palo Alto, this type of project applies only to projects that have at least 50% affordable housing for very low income households. And for those types of projects, there's no discretionary review. It's a ministerial action, which means there's no secret review. And projects must be approved within a specific timeline if they meet the eligibility criteria and meet the objective standards. Typically, we would see these as projects that are proposed by nonprofit developers who are pursuing 100% affordable housing. Less likely as a market rate developer that's splitting a project. Maybe the one building has an affordable component, one building has a market rate component with at least 50% affordability. That's probably less likely in Palo Alto. SB 330, and this is another section, another Senate bill that modified several sections of the government code and the Housing Accountability Act. For our purposes, what's important is that it prohibits jurisdictions from imposing subjective design standards after January 1st of last year. So no new standards that might talk about contextual massing related to what you've got next door, unless it's objective. The city's already received 2 applications submitted under Senate Bill 330. So those projects are frozen in time, only need to comply with the objective standards on the books as of the date of their submittal. And there's some other projects, including one that the council reviewed a week ago that could be a potential SB 35 project on East Charleston. So how did we get here? As Director Late indicated, we met with the Architecture Review Board 8 times, and then had a subcommittee, an ad hoc committee comprised of board members Hirsch and Chair Osma Thompson, who's here with us tonight. And she does have a few remarks prepared after my presentation, so I'd like to pass it along to her. We also met with the Planning Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission 3 times. We do have a representative, Commissioner Alchek, here if you have any questions for him. And the Planning Commission reviewed the design standards and this other updates to Title 18. The ARB's work was primarily focused on the objective design standards. So the ARB recommended approval on April 1st, and the PTC recommended approval of both the design standards and the other updates on June 9th. And so here we are tonight talking about design standards and other updates. And then, as I mentioned, we'll come back in 3 weeks to focus on the proposed changes to the overlay legislative change districts. Staff reached out to a number of stakeholders, over 30 of them. These were people who use the code frequently, so local architects and developers that have recently submitted applications to get their feedback on proposed design standards, since these standards do change the way that architects approach the zoning ordinance. We received written comments from 5 of those stakeholders. And then we received a lot more public comment during the most recent ARB and PTC meetings. A lot of those comments focused around height transitions. This is a graphic here showing what happens when you have a property in a commercial district abutting a lower density residential district.
the zoning ordinance requires a reduction in height. Now, we had previously had some language in the draft ordinance to address what staff interpreted as ambiguity in the code. There was a lot of concern about the proposed changes. For now, I'll just say we've dropped that element from the ordinance. So the height transition changes are not included in this version of the ordinance the council's reviewing. We do recommend taking a look at it sometime soon, since we do believe it's ambiguous and should get cleaned up so it's clear to everybody what and when those height transitions apply, and that could be taken up as part of the housing element. So part one, objective design standards. So I mentioned that the ARB actually ended up having 8 hearings, a lot of debate. So there was overall support for the format, for the organization, for the topics that were considered, and there was a lot of debate over the specific language, the dimensioned standard, and the intent statements. And I will say it was a 4-to-1 vote. There were philosophical concerns about the whole idea of objective design standards. And then I mentioned we had an ad hoc committee who reviewed interim drafts and workshopped the zoning graphics over the last year. So in terms of applicability, in general, the objective design standards apply to zoning districts where the context-based design criteria currently apply. Director Late mentioned that they don't apply in SOFA 2. The context-based design criteria currently do not apply in SOFA 2, in addition to that being a coordinated area plan. So generally apply to those districts, a couple exceptions. Right now, the context-based design criteria do not apply to Chapter 18.20, which is this MOR, ROLM. These are districts that are primarily commercial districts, and they do not apply in the PF zone. Because those districts allow multifamily housing, we've suggested in the ordinance that the design standards apply to multifamily and mixed-use housing that qualify as housing development projects in those zones. One of the issues with the context-based criteria, there's not any hierarchy or headings or topical categories. There's a list of context-based design criteria. These are the topics and sections for how we organize the criteria, and then you'll see a number of zoning illustrations. These are not intended to show you what a building might actually look like. It's intended to illustrate the meaning of the standard. The standards are organized into an umbrella intent statement. This is a subjective statement to clarify intent. These are drawn from the context-based criteria, sometimes verbatim. And so these would apply to all projects, to 100% commercial projects, to projects, any project within that zoning district where these are applicable. Underneath that umbrella, we've got the standards, and those apply to the housing development projects, just the category of projects that can take advantage of the state streamlining options. So the standards are objective measurements, sometimes they're ratios, sometimes it's an allowance or a prohibition if we're talking about types of materials. We've also often listed them as menu of options, and this is to provide opportunities for innovation, creativity on the part of architects. You have good architects in Palo Alto. We're not trying to be so prescriptive that everything's going to look the same. We want to make sure that there's still good design. So that's where the menu of options comes in. So well, first, before I get into the examples, on the project website, which you can see here, and if you download the presentation, there's a link. We have a list of existing criteria being transformed into objective criteria, and so folks can see where the existing context-based criteria is coming from. In many cases, it's redundant across 3 or more sections of code, and then the proposed section where that standard or intent statement ended up. A couple examples. So this is an example of a menu of options. We've got a context-based criteria about the relationship between the scale of a building and the number of units being accessed to the type of entry. And so we've turned that into a standard, but provided a set of options. And this articulates, okay, if you're going to do a stoop, it's a maximum of 2 units. A courtyard could be a multiple number of units, the height off of the sidewalk that's required, etc. Another example, which is more of a dimensioned criteria, we've got an existing criteria that's about upper floor setbacks fitting in with the context of the neighborhood. So again, subjective, we can't enforce that for those projects that are only meeting objective standards. And we have a much more specific standard. And it talks about what happens when you are proposing a building that's 20 feet above an adjacent building, a requirement for an upper floor step back, a minimum step back, the minimum length that you need to continue that step back, and the minimum depth. So it provides some flexibility, but also a minimum standard. So moving on to our next section of other updates to Title 18, this is attachment B of the staff report. The first one is to rescind the context-based design criteria that I just explained, replace them with this single chapter of objective standards. Second is to transform other subjective standards that we find in the code related to performance standards or open space to remove redundancies. And I mentioned earlier, modernizing changes in environmental and technology. Third is streamlining the review process for Housing Accountability Act projects. And then fourth, which I'll breeze through tonight because we'll get back to in a few weeks, is transforming legislative actions. So in terms of other changes to Title 18, we worked with the Public Works Department, other folks to make changes based on process changes. So in terms of water quality, changes in how we look at porous surfaces and pavement, landscape screening to make it more specific in terms of how you might screen with landscaping or other means, above ground utilities, things like that. Changes to lighting impacts to add objective criteria around foot candle measurements. Mechanical lift parking, this is something we see more and more around the Bay Area. Currently, it requires approval by the director or city council, and we have suggested just making that part of the whole project review. And then lastly, refuse storage and screening. This is something that changes every couple of years in terms of the compost, trash, and recycling waste streams. And so we worked with Public Works to make changes to that section. We also reorganized the performance standards, which currently apply to only when you have adjacencies between residential and commercial uses. And we've moved those to more rational sections and applied those to all different types of projects. And then lastly, we provided cross-references to certain types of handouts, for example, that waste stream, which the capacity requirements of the trash waste streams change with some frequency. And so rather than codifying it in code to make it objective, we've added a cross-reference, put the handout on the website, and then it's clear at the time of application what the requirement is. Next big piece, number 3, is process changes. So the draft states that if you have a housing development project, that you could be exempt from architectural review and instead go through this new streamlined process where you only have one study session with Architectural Review Board. And the idea is we've set up these design standards, a project meets those design standards, that qualifies as one of these housing development projects. And this provides an opportunity for the Architectural Review Board to weigh in with advisory design comments. And the applicant would be required to fill out a checklist showing how they've met each of those design standards that's applicable. And the staff could add this to a shorter staff report. The study session provides an opportunity for public input and allows projects that focus on housing to go through this streamlined process. So what that looks like, I'm just going to go through a few of these boxes. So we've got this new proposed process in the dark green, and then pretty much the typical process in the white boxes. So the housing development projects, again, those are the residential projects, mixed use projects versus commercial or other residential projects. All projects need to meet zoning regulations. So they need to meet allowed uses, height, density, floor area ratio, parking, etc. All projects are meeting those objective standards. What changes when we get to design criteria, the housing development projects would need to meet the new objective design standards, whereas our commercial projects, other types of residential projects would only be meeting the intent statements as determined by the Architectural Review Board. And remember, those intent statements are the context-based design criteria in a new form. So that's as determined by the ARB. Other design guidelines, area plans like the South El Camino Real design guidelines would apply as appropriate. All projects go through CEQA review, whether that's an initial study or a CEQA exemption. And then things change again when we get to public review. So for our other types of projects, commercial projects, they are still going to architecture review subject to ARB findings up to 3 hearings. This new process for housing development projects would go through that 1 ARB study session. So types of projects that could be eligible for the new streamlined process: multifamily housing in an RM district, mixed use housing in a CD, CN district that's at least 2/3 housing, and any of these types of projects under state streamlining or the Housing Accountability Act projects. Projects that could not qualify for streamlining, mixed use projects that don't meet that 2/3 thresholds, projects that are seeking rezoning, projects that are looking for incentives under the Housing Incentive Program, and all 100% non-residential projects. Okay, last section, which I'm going to breeze through. This is about the idea of transforming legislative actions. And this is not exactly objective standards. It's about the other aims of SB2 to accelerate housing production and increase housing affordability, and consistent with the direction of the housing work plan. So this proposes to change the legislative actions that provide flexibility in development standards for certain types of market rate, affordable, or workforce housing projects into objective criteria. And so this would relate to the affordable housing overlay, the workforce housing overlay, in contrast to the housing incentive program, which only requires architectural review. And so again, this proposal is to allow these flexible standards by right if projects met the affordability criteria, the location criteria, the zoning district criteria that's in those overlay districts. And last piece is a proposal to expand the housing incentive program within the pedestrian transit oriented development eligible zone, that PTOD zone. And again, we can talk about this in a few more weeks' time. So we'll table that for tonight. So I'll conclude with the staff recommendation to provide comments on the objective design standards, the other updates to Title 18. We'll come back at the end of October to talk about transforming legislative actions. And I would like to pass it on to Chair Thompson to provide a few words, and I'm happy to answer any questions when she concludes. Thank you.
Cool. Thanks, Jean. Yeah, hi, my name is Usma. I'm the chair of the Architecture Review Board, and I was also on the ad hoc committee working on the objective standards. This task, as you can see, has been fairly monumental. Our board members have all maintained that it's very difficult to convert context-based guidelines into objective standards because at its core, objective design is contrary to context-based design. And we were able to get feedback from local architects, which was very helpful and influential. Most of the board has concerns. At least 3 members have expressed concerns about the insufficiency of objective standards to apply faithfully across all of Palo Alto and result in good design. And 2 of those 3 have expressed concern about the applicability of this ordinance to SB 35 projects, and they would like to limit its applicability as much as possible, which, as you can see, is sort of part of what Jean had presented. Another board member had admitted that these standards result in a potential cookie cutter design, and per that analogy, feels that we've created standards that push designers towards a pretty good cookie at the end of the day. But ultimately, through heated debate and lots of deliberating, we did approve the objective standards you see before you. And we've attempted to formulate this document with the utmost intent of promoting high quality design in Palo Alto. And we are aware of other cities, other projects that create guidelines, and we intend to continue monitoring the implications these standards have on projects and intend to revisit as necessary in the future. I'm also happy to answer any questions.
Great. Does that conclude the staff presentation? Yep. Okay, so let's go to the public for public comment, and then we'll come back for council. So if you'd like to speak to this item, please put your hand up this time. All right, so I'm not seeing very many hands, so we'll go with 3 minutes a speaker. We'll continue taking hands through the end of the second speaker. And our first speaker is Rebecca Sanders.
Okay, good evening. I can't believe I'm first, but how exciting. So thank you, council members and staff. It looks like you've all worked really hard on this. And it's been a lot to read and process. So, I may be getting a few things wrong, but let me just jump in there with what I see as some concerns. Is the context-based design criteria, has that now been deleted for any project that would go to the ARB? And is our planning director now the ultimate architect for the city? That's what it looks like to some of us, but I'm not sure. But anyway, it doesn't really make any sense to me. I mean, we have these commissions to support and do so much of the work of the city. So why would we take away work from them and put it on an already stretched staff? I mean, we just heard a commissioner say that objective standards are kind of antithetical to context-based standards, which is something that we've enjoyed and what's given us the beautiful Palo Alto that we have today. So anyway, I want to know, how does this impact ARB and their ability to apply and make their findings for project approval? And what is the future utilization purpose of ARB? And does this mean that a purely commercial project, including office, will not be reviewed using current standards now in place? Also, what about this deadline on development approvals? I mean, we are holding the city's feet to the fire to do approvals, but we want to make sure that the applicants aren't dragging their feet. I'm not sure there's a provision that, we get to extend the deadline if we're not getting stuff back from the applicants in time. We don't want to be caught on our back foot there. Also, I'm a little bit hung up on history, so I see that there are protections or references in the state law to exceptions for historic properties, but they don't seem to be any CEQA or historic resources alluded to in these proposals. And did the Historic Resources Board get a chance to review the proposed changes? And I'm interested in making sure that our tree ordinance, which is coming up in a couple of weeks, I think, will be will there be protection for existing trees? The things that we enjoy here for our canopy here in Palo Alto. So these are just some other things. With projects in the Baylands, many of which are PCs, also, I mean, how are they going to be handled under here? Would they not be subject to the Baylands master plan? So I sent a long letter with my friend Sherry, but these are some other things I've thought of since I wrote the letter. Thank you so much. And that's it for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is a caller. His phone number ends in the digits 565.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, dear council members, I came tonight to talk about three primary items about the objective standards. I'm very concerned and worried that some of the language eliminates several meaningful and very important privacy protections. For example, under current law, it requires new projects and structures to respect the privacy of neighboring structures with windows and upper floor balconies positioned so that they minimize viewing into neighboring properties. That's a direct quote. However, this line is totally gone or disappeared in the new standards, instead replaced by a statement that there'll be a landscaping screen with continuous shrubbery. There's a lot of questions about that. How high will these trees grow? Who will maintain them? Will they actually be high enough to block visibility? These statements, the ones I've mentioned, are just not compatible with each other, and I hope that they'll be put back in. The second thing I really want to mention is some of the loopholes, the exceptions. I think not having commercial structures involved in this standards is wrong. Objective standards should apply to them as well. I think instead what I've heard is that these commercial structures will be governed by a simple set of intent statements that are hidden inside the objective standards chapter. That should not be. The next thing I want to mention very quickly is how this affects multifamily residents, of which I'm a part of. Again, it says in the current standards, where new projects are built abutting existing lower scale residential developments, care shall be taken to respect that scale and privacy of neighboring properties. Again, that statement has been removed. I think it's shameful that RM people, I'm talking about RM 20, 30, and 40, are being somewhat excluded from this process. I think we should have been included from day one, and we weren't, especially when it affects us so much. And finally, very quickly, I'll just mention that, again, residents should have been played a major role in putting these standards together. We have not played a major role. We have not heard much from staff about, how we could, as residents, have an impact. So, I mean, I'm disappointed in that, and I hope you are too. So thank you very much, and I hope you take my thoughts into consideration. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Phone caller with the digits ending in 1110. You had your hand up at one point. I'll let you speak now if you still intend to speak. You can unmute yourself. Okay, just wanted to double check. I know it's harder on the phone. Our next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and everyone. First, we should narrow the new laws to the relatively few projects that will qualify under the state mandate for objective standards and keep our context-based design criteria in place for all other projects. We also need to be careful in crafting the new objective standards. Will they actually preserve the protections and quality criteria we've had for years? The staff report doesn't demonstrate that there will. There's no side-by-side comparison. We've heard tonight about this crosswalk document. I went through this 27-page document in detail, and it really doesn't help. It doesn't show the context-based design criteria in any complete way. It omits all the technical diagrams, and it says up front it's not quoting the text accurately. I was able to find old pieces of the old code that aren't in the document. It doesn't show the proposed new code, but only tells you generally where it might be found sometimes. So it doesn't put the old code and the new code together. It doesn't include anything about the intent statements that I could find. And the document says right up front that it's only preliminary, that it was written prior to the drafting of the new standards, so it may not actually reflect what's in the ordinance before you. If you're courageous enough to venture deep into the weeds, you'll see that the proposed new standards have many undefined terms and loopholes that could make them useless. For example, one rule speaks of, quote, adjacent buildings, but doesn't define what that means. So it's not objective and thus unenforceable. Other proposed new rules only apply to buildings that abut property lines. So if you have a setback by just 1 inch, then you don't have to follow those standards. The staff report talks about the stakeholders, and we heard that tonight, and this effort being the architects and developers and how the city over and over again reached out to them, list their comments. I'm sorry to have to say this, but the tens of thousands of us who live and work in Palo Alto are also stakeholders. There was virtually no effort to engage the general public. No residents received city notices explaining how their buildings would be impacted, and nothing in the staff report makes clear what those impacts would be. And finally, in this and every effort to reform our laws, let's maintain and even increase our protections for people living in denser housing like Terry. The proposals in tonight's staff fail to offer adequate privacy, height transitions, and other quality of life measures, and erode current protections for residents of denser buildings, such as RM40, PCs, and commercially zoned parcels. Let's stop making them the victim of explosive growth, but rather ensure they get to enjoy living in Palo Alto as much as anyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Peter John Shula.
Okay, hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Yeah, I am actually a fellow board member with Terry Holzmer at Palo Alto Central Complex, and I want to support those who are urging the city for justice for residents, residents of high density zoned housing, such as RM40, RM30, and PHC. Please take this opportunity of amending the current zoning rules to end the discriminatory exclusions that treat residents of multifamily dwellings as second-class citizens. As Jeff just mentioned, on page 120 of the staff report, under stakeholder engagement, staff reached out to architects and consultants, and that's who they consider stakeholders. Why are not residents considered stakeholders? Take this opportunity to not take away the last vestige of protections that people living in multifamily residential homes have, and instead expand those protections that all other homeowners and all other residents of Palo Alto enjoy. Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker tonight is Jamie Beckett.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I want to say that I agree with the statements made by Jeff and Terry about public outreach and or the lack thereof. I live in an RM40 community, and well, I found out the hard way how much Palo Alto current zoning discriminates against me. I'm facing the prospect of an office building being built 10 feet. That is 10 feet from my home. Imagine that, council members, a giant office 10 feet from your front door. You wouldn't like it, but that's just one of the many inequities that we in RM40 face. We are given almost nothing in the way of height transitions. I mean, things can be just as tall as us. They can peer into our windows. We don't get other residents all throughout the city, including RM30, get something called a daylight plane, but we don't get that either. We don't need light and air. Now, these objective standards will basically take away the last shreds of protection that we have, and that's because of the design, it's called context-based design criteria. That's all eliminated under that, and it's in the context-based design criteria, the content that Terry quoted about privacy protections for lower density residential. Current law treats us as second-class citizens, and the proposed law is even more unfair, excuse me. And for the record, I just want to state that RM40 brings in more tax revenue per square foot than any other residential land because of the density. It brings more consumers into nearby business districts that we're located near. It's closer to public transportation, therefore is more likely to have residents who use public. And this is something the city supposedly prizes, and it requires less water and energy per housing unit than single family homes. We also help the city meet its housing goals, but we get punished because we have chosen RM40 housing, treated well, I've already said second-class citizens. We don't get treated the way other residents in the city. And I also want to urge you to take this opportunity to correct these inequities rather than compound them. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you. That was our final public speaker. So we'll come back to council. I think we'll definitely have at least one round of questions. So let's start off, I guess, with questions and comments. Well, I'll jump in with a few questions since people seem a little shy on this one. I just want to make sure I really understand So I believe some of these ordinance changes make the ordinance based on the Housing Accountability Act. And I wondered if staff thought there was any risk of tying it directly to the state, or if we should, make it local and then approve changes if changes come at the state level to defining what qualifies. Any thoughts on that?
I'm not sure I understand the question, Mayor. Jean,
I'm trying to make it more clear. I guess the houses, the objective standards, I guess, would apply to housing projects with 2 or more units, including mixed use. Is that correct?
Mixed use if it's at least 2/3 residential.
2/3, okay.
And we've used that state definition of housing development projects in part to narrowly define the objective standards. So as Chair Thompson from the ARB indicated, there was a desire to make it fairly narrow. And those are the only types of projects that can qualify for streamlined review under the state. We could make them more broadly applicable to other types
But the ordinance, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have them on a clock. But the ordinance, does it refer to the actual definition of 2 units or 2/3 mixed use, or does it refer to the Housing Accountability Act?
The latter. It refers to the government code section.
So that's what I was asking, like, should we separate it so that if the state level changes, we would have to change our local ordinance rather than have it change on us, automatically?
I'm not sure that would save us from making that change. If the state's making a change to its definition, it would probably apply to us regardless of whether we make the local change, or worse, it may render our ordinance invalid in some way if we're not keeping up with the state. So I think the reference to the state is appropriate, but we can explore that further.
And so under these changes, objective standards, with the branches that go for the design guidelines, when would projects actually go to the PTC in the future?
Sorry. So the way the Palo Alto process is set up now, there are a few projects that go to the Planning and Transportation Commission for recommendation. So typically it's Architectural Review Board that makes a recommendation to the director, and then that decision can be appealed to council.
But have we removed any that would go to PTC today with these changes?
No, because rezoning projects would still go to the PTC and site and design review projects still go to the PTC. So this is only, right. Yeah.
Okay, because
but maybe Jean, and there on the items that we were going to talk about at the next hearing, there some of our streamlining initiatives might that not include the PTC?
That's right. So if we're going to talk more about this in a few weeks, but if we made those changes that are recommended to the overlay districts, that's the workforce housing, affordable housing overlay district, those are legislative actions, rezonings, and those require both PTC and council review right now.
And we've had 2 of those projects to date.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. And so again, just to clarify, so if it's a residential project with 2 or more units, it would be under objective standards. And I know the streamlining said commercial mixed use buildings with 2/3 housing, I guess, but it wasn't clear to me if there were other mixed use projects that could qualify. So is that the hard definition, that it would have to be 2/3 housing by square footage, I assume?
Yes, it's 2/3 floor area.
Great. Okay, thank you. See more hands now, so sorry I was speaking, so I'll go in the order I see them on my screen. Vice Mayor Burt.
Thank you. So just a couple quick comments and then some questions. One is just following up on what the mayor was alluding to on the applicability of projects that are mixed use projects that have by square footage 2/3 residential. We don't really have control over what applies here, but it's important for folks to understand that that means that if we have a project that is 1/3 office and 200 square feet per office worker versus the housing having maybe 800 square feet per resident, then we actually may have projects that fall under this as so-called predominantly housing projects that are producing twice as many jobs as they are housing units for those workers. That's a state legislative issue, but I just want to make sure we understood that. I also want to just kind of offer a clarification. Is it's not really that the Housing Accountability Act is now being enforced by the developers in a way that it wasn't historically. It's that the state laws have been changed that gave real teeth to the Housing Accountability Act in new ways that enabled the developers to take advantage of these new rules. It's not that they just changed their mind at a certain time. Our legislators in recent years supported those changes to the act that are driving what we're discussing tonight. I did want to ask on a couple follow-ups from some of the members of the public. One was a question on the stakeholder outreach. Did it include residents who were not professionals in the field of development?
So I'll start, and then Gene or others feel free to chime in. I do know that there was a, well, so take a step back. So a lot of the changes that we're talking about are translating these subjective criteria into architectural details. And so our focus was working with the Architectural Review Board to help refine that. And each one of those meetings, of course, was a public meeting noticed in the paper. And I believe there was one community meeting at large in June or July, and where we also made a presentation. Gene, is there more outreach that was performed to folks that might not be architects by training?
The community webinar that you mentioned in July, that focused on height transitions, and that was an outgrowth of questions that arose at the Planning Commission meeting the month prior.
Okay, so but the stakeholder outreach that was done, was there other kind of deliberate sit downs with the architectural community or others as a stakeholder outreach part of this initiative?
There was no specific community meeting with developers. There were some emails that went out to them to gather their ideas. There's also the project website that we have for all of our large projects that is available to anyone to review.
Okay, thanks. And then I have a question on both the concerns about RM40 projects and whether these standards adequately respect needs of privacy that exist in some of those projects, as well as even a second sort of related question on privacy is in low density residential, what we've historically called R1 zoning, which really doesn't exist anymore, and maybe we should be calling just simply low density residential. And we have properties like faith institutions that some of them are migrating toward possibly conversions for other uses in the future. And I couldn't see how those fit in the applicability of these standards. And I just may have not been able to follow it. Same thing with PCs and how that fits. So those three different categories of RM40, R1 that well, really R1 that may be adjacent to, I don't know if it's how we, I tried to look at the zoning map and couldn't see how we zoned for the faith institutions. So however they're zoned and how this might apply there.
Okay, I'll try to start. So in terms of the PC zone is not currently subject to the context-based design criteria. That has its own process. And so this wouldn't apply to, the objective standards would not apply to multifamily projects in the PC zone. The RM 3040, the context design criteria currently do apply, and these objective standards and/or the intent statements would also apply. I know there was concerns about the height transition issues related to the RM 30 and RM 40. Some of that relates to the fact that currently today in the code that's codified, the height transition does not apply to the RM 30. I know that folks are concerned about that. That's how it is now. And we're not making changes to that as part of this project.
Just to clarify, the height transition does not apply to RM 40.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
And
I'm sorry. Jean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to add, I think there's a component to the question from the commenter, though. I think there was a change, Jean, and you correct me if I'm wrong, where the language now talks about objective standards adjacent to these lower density zones, and it does not apply to the RM 30, RM 40 zones. And that is an area where there's some policy conversation that's appropriate to the council. These are zoning districts where we would anticipate redevelopment at some point at heights that are comparable to the adjacent commercial properties. And so if we want to reduce the height of an adjacent property that's next to our RM 30 or RM 40, which may eventually be redeveloped at a higher height or comparable height, that's a position that the council could certainly weigh in on and put more focus on what's existing there on the property today. Jean, did I capture that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. I think there were questions about churches and I think it was churches.
So, Jean, I don't know.
I can try.
Yeah, I don't know that our ordinance here specifically addresses faith-based institutions in its language, and so the interest there, I guess, is if you want to provide some screening or additional protections that between that buffer between a faith-based institution and a qualifying housing project that we're talking about, that's one thing. If you're talking about one of those sites being redeveloped with housing, then it would fall under the same objective standards that we're talking about today with any other project.
Okay, so there wouldn't be, so say we had a faith institution next to mid-century modern homes that were designed, for privacy and with a lot of those concerns, and the Faith Institute evolved into higher density housing. What would then apply? Just objective standards? They'd have no additional standards?
That's right. If the again, Jean, check my knowledge of this, but if you have an R1 zone property and that religious use converts and they build housing, they would be subject to the base district and objective standards, including screening requirements that are set forth.
I think that's correct, and Jean can answer, but I think Jody and I were just messaging about that most churches, or many, are in R1 zone, and so those would be the standards, and so it would be difficult to then have, let's say, a larger housing development without some other action taken by the council to legislate a different zoning, a PC, for example, which has its own process, as Jean said, and would not be part of what we're discussing today. If a congregation has a different underlying zoning, maybe it's in downtown or an area that has higher density zoning, then it would be applicable to that zoning that's underlying that faith institution. Hopefully that's clear, Vice Mayor.
Okay, thanks. I may follow up later. Thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Philseth.
Eric,
You're on
you're
mute.
still muted.
Sorry about that. But first of all, thank you very much to the Architectural Review Board for a whale of a lot of work and effort in grappling with these issues. I mean, this is a pretty major change from how we've done things before, and it's a complicated beast here. So I very much appreciate you folks doing this, and staff in conjunction with staff. So a comment and then a bunch of questions, right? The comment is that, for me, in general, I like the idea of moving to objective standards. I think it's going to, it's stuff that brings clarity and systemism to this is a good thing if it can be done. I do think we have to be exercise some caution as we move forward on this, particularly given sort of the growing spider web of state mandates. The reality is the state assembly has shown it's very serious about getting into the municipal architecture business. Anything we experiment with loosening, we can probably never tighten again. So if we do something and there's some unintended consequence, we may not be able to fix it. I think also it's probably only a matter of time until the state assembly starts to micromanaging the actual objective standards themselves, and starts trying to define setbacks and daylight planes and heights and transitions and window locations and so forth. So I think we need to anticipate that as we go through this process. Okay, so a couple of questions. A lot of discussion about 2020. So can pre-2020 context-based design standards still apply to HAA projects?
So in the case of projects that have submitted under Senate Bill 330, those projects essentially freeze time. They still need to, they have submitted pre-applications, they still need to submit during a time frame, but those projects would be subject to the context-based design criteria in the fact that they're objective.
Oh, okay. So it's the project was before 2020 as opposed to the standard was before 2020.
That's actually regardless of the 2020 issue. The state, because this bill went into effect on January 1st, 2020, that's the date that it's set for no new subjective design standards.
So if we had an existing subjective design standard about transitions or something like that we passed in 2015, and a new HAA project comes along, can the 2015 context-based design standard still apply to the new project?
Except only if they're objective. And that's where the language in the government code is odd, in my opinion.
Okay, so that's a little bit confusing. So thank you for that. Okay. I mean, I assumed it was something like that. Okay. So I think one of the things that you heard some from the council and probably from the public too, is there's some confusion about this idea about design intent for non-HAA projects. I mean, I think we all get what an HAA project is, and we're going to follow the state law on that and requirements, and we're going to do the objective standards and so forth. But I think there's some confusion around design intent for non-HAA projects. What is the difference between intent and the existing context-based design standards that at least we sort of know what are, right? I mean, I think there's some trepidation that are we just trading one set of subjective standards for a different one, or what is, how does all that, what's the difference between those two things? What should our expectations be?
Gene, you want to walk through that, how we ended up there?
Sure, it looks like Chair Thompson wanted to say something first, so maybe I'll let her start.
I'll say something small. Yeah, we so when we started this effort, we closely read the subjective context-based design guidelines, and in Jean's presentation, it says copied sometimes verbatim over to the intent statements.
Yeah, sometimes.
I mean, yeah, in some cases you have to reword because it doesn't necessarily translate that way, but the whole intent behind the intent statements is that they capture the context-based design guidelines in their entirety.
This is a really dumb question, but in the spirit of sort of doing one massive transition under the HAA projects, why would we not just leave the context-based design standards exactly as is for the non-AHAA projects and sort of focus our attention on the HAA side and not have to worry about what's going on the non-HAA side?
So one, I mentioned that there really wasn't a hierarchy or organization to the existing context-based design criteria. So we did try to take a more holistic look, and that's how we separated the standards into site design standards, into building design standards, to take a whole holistic look at the building. Because the idea is that these objective standards roll up into the umbrella of the intent statements, which roll up into the ARB findings for the projects that are subject to those criteria. So it's not a one-to-one nesting, but it's sort of this many standards to one element of the intent statements. So what we couldn't do is do a one-to-one translation where we take one subjective design criteria, which may talk about changes in materials, colors, fenestration patterns to articulate a facade. There's many different components that we teased out of that to turn into standards. But taking this holistic look, it just didn't make sense to just retain the language as it was originally written. And things have, things have evolved, and the way that we build has evolved.
But if I understand what I think I heard you say, it's that part of the motivation here is we want to try to get some of the content from the objective standards into the design intent as well.
Sometimes,
I heard
for
that
example, right. There's an existing context design criteria about base, middle, and top in terms of architectural design. We had a lot of debate with the ARB about whether or not to carry that forward. Ultimately, we carried it forward as an objective standard. So it's a way to fulfill the intent statement. However, if you're meeting the intent statement going through architectural review with the ARB, you do not necessarily need to build the building with a base, middle, and top. You have to have a well-articulated building that has visual interest from the ground level in that way that's subjective. But so there were some tweaks like that, philosophies sort of change over time, and preferences and desires and the way that architects build and perceive buildings. So it has evolved. It has evolved. Sometimes it's verbatim, sometimes it's evolved.
I guess I'm out of time, so I'll maybe come back to it later, or maybe other people will pick up the thread. But I think what you're hearing from at least parts of the community and the council is some trepidation that we're having. It's going to be a big enough job just to get our arms around the HAA side. Right? And so to try to do that and update the intent / context-based side at the same time it feels even more overwhelming, right? And is there some way we can just, set those two aside, deal with the HAA side, and then come back and revisit the context-based intent side, at some other time after we sort of figured out where we are and are comfortable on the HAA objective standard side. And I think that's sort of what there's some anxiety on this part of the Zoom conference about.
Okay. Councilmember Stone, you were next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, I want to kind of just pick up where Councilmember Filseth left off, and kind of in agreement with what he was saying as far as we're kind of maybe biting off more than we can chew right now, trying to address these intent statements. And so a lot of my questions there were answered. I appreciate it. Now, one thing I'm curious about, I'm trying to better understand the need for this right now. I mean, do we have data that maybe you gathered from having these outreach meetings with stakeholders that developers, residents, people being unable to understand and navigate the current context-based design criteria, and so a strong desire for us to move to these intent statements?
I mean, staff can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't believe that's that's the kind of data or information that we would have. Practical sort of administration of the code. I mean, I think we've been before you many years talking about how challenging the code is to administer, and I think when we look at changes like this, and albeit this is a big change, we're looking for ways to streamline and make it easier to administer. So it's not just from a staff perspective, but so there's clarity on the public and those who would be looking at the code for development standards. So we can go on more about that, but I want to respect your time.
Okay, I mean, for me, looking at it, it looks more vague, looks more complicated to me. And I'm just curious, our intent statements, I mean, provided some good kind of side-by-side comparisons of other cities that have already switched to objective-based standards. I'm curious, did we also see our intent statements a common way that other cities are using to frame their zoning laws outside of objective-based?
I think we can think of the intent statements, they're design guidelines, and lots of cities have design guidelines in the same way. We were not required to do intent statements. We could have just prepared objective design standards. The problem is when we just have a design standard on its own, set back that upper story 6 feet for 70% of the facade. Why am I doing this? So this is establishing the intent for the series of standards below it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, still not sold on the need for this right now, but interested to kind of hear from the rest of my colleagues. Question on, I got a question kind of switching gears to talk about sustainability a bit. I'm curious as far as, sorry, I kind of lost my, so as far as just kind of existing protections. So now kind of going towards the objective-based criteria, what are the protections that are going to be there for existing trees? Will the tree ordinance apply? If we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, if there, so I understand, the council's going to have an opportunity here to make some changes possibly to the tree ordinance. Any objective standard in that tree ordinance would also apply to any of these projects that we're talking about.
Okay, that's good to hear. I didn't see any reference to it in the draft ordinance. Maybe that would be good to add to be able to just provide that clarity. But thank you for that. On page, it was 110 of last week's staff report. It stated that the PTC made a motion to recommend that the CC adopt the objective design standards. And it said by a vote of 4 to 1 to 1. But then the report stated that the PTC unanimously supported the objective design standards. So I was confused that they seemed conflicting. So why does the report state the vote was 4-1-1 and then immediately afterwards it stated it was unanimous?
So it is correct that it was 4-1-1. I apologize if there's an error in the report, but the 4-1-1, there was one abstention over concern about the height transition issue that we've since removed. And the objection was wanting more time talking about the ordinance, more work on it.
Okay, perfect. So so that was just an error in the staff report. But thanks for that clarification. So talking a little bit about the ARB process, I understand. So under the new I just want to make sure I understand this properly. Under the new streamlined review process for housing projects that meet all existing objective standards, the ARB would still host a single study session and provide feedback to the applicant. But is my understanding correct that those recommendations would be non-binding on the applicant, and they could essentially choose to ignore those recommendations if they choose?
So it would be a non-binding hearing, as we call it, a study session, an opportunity to provide advisory design comments. Because again, the problem is that these housing development projects only subject to objective standards can't use subjective criteria to evaluate the project. So yes, an applicant could ignore the comment. Typically, we don't see that happening. I work on development projects throughout the Bay. We don't really see applicants do that. Moreover, it just provides an opportunity for a sounding board by a group of architects, comments from the public that can make the project better. And so there's still a conversation that happens, and this allows that conversation to happen between the applicant and the and the board and the community.
Okay, good to hear your experiences in other communities with that. And according to the staff report and Chair Thompson earlier, several ARB members expressed concerns about the implications of state law is having on just our architectural review process, our standards, our guidelines. So are the proposed ordinances here further limiting us beyond what's being required under state law, or are we just meeting state law and not going any further?
So again, you do have I call the do nothing option. You could choose to do nothing here. The problem is most of the context-based design criteria are not enforceable for these housing development projects undergoing streamlined review. So I've worked on several SB 35 projects. When a developer looks at those applications, they call the code for the objective standards and they ignore anything that's subjective and talks about, respecting the massing and scale of the adjacent building unless there is an objective criteria associated with it. So we could do nothing, but then staff does not, and the ARB or the reviewing board does not have much to rely on in terms of the metric by which they're evaluating the project.
Okay, but
so again, the state's not requiring that we have objective standards. It's just saying that you need to enforce the ones that you have, and projects that are undergoing streamlined review need to meet them.
Councilmember Stone, what I might say is that when we're talking just about the objective standards portion, that is in response, our attempt, as Ms. Eisberg said, to try to have Palo Alto be prepared to receive those projects and retain some of our criteria of how we want those buildings to look. The part that we're not so focused on tonight, the legislative streamlining and some of the code reorganization, that would probably be something that's not necessarily in response only to objective standards, but does make some parts of the code a little bit easier to manage. And legislative staff would be discussed, I think, at a future meeting. That certainly is optional.
Okay, I mean, I'm out of time. I don't think I got a clear answer on my question. I will say that I think I think objective standards are important. I think it's going to be good for the city. Generally speaking, I'm not saying specifically to the proposed ordinance here, but I think objective standards are going to be a good thing. I do want to caution us from going further beyond what the state is requiring, especially for the ARB. ARB serves such an important function in this community. I'd hate to see them further limited, especially when we have members of the ARB expressing some concerns there. So again, not crystal clear on that response to my question, but those are my thoughts on that. I'm out of time.
You're out of time, and I see we got another, but we should come back to that because I think it's an important statement. We in no way does this ordinance or reduce the number of meetings that any project would go to the ARB that's not already exempted through state law. So we can come back and talk about that in the next round.
No, I mean, that was the clarification that I was trying to get. That's why I don't think it was a misstatement. It was okay. My question wasn't answered, and I wanted to put out that statement to say where I'm coming from. So I'm glad you clarified that we're not going further beyond state law on limiting ARB. So thank you, Director Lake.
Okay. As it objective standards that we're talking about this evening. Okay.
Councilmember Cormier.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois, and thanks for the presentation tonight. Particularly, I think that helped. This is as Director Late said, there's a lot of material here, and I think Councilmember Phil Seth called it both a whale and a beast or a monster or something. So I'm grateful that staff is giving us two opportunities to think about this and talk about it. I know occasionally I've asked for that when it's a topic that is new to those of us who haven't served on the PTC, which is the majority of us. I want to start at the high level. Again, last week's packet, pardon me, page 225, which is the shape of 3 cities. So it was a description from an architect of 3 different kinds of development standards. What would you describe the ones that are the objective standards that are being put forth here? Which of those 3 categories is that in? So we have a sense of what we're working with. They were form-based, style-based, and compatibility-based development standards.
Jean, you want to start that one?
I will try to start. So we were starting with context-based standards, context-based criteria. So most of the context-based criteria, given the name, relate to compatibility in the context of the neighborhood or the block. when we think about form-based code, that is more about a certain type of modulation of the facade. We've been more permissive. So for example, in the facade design section of the code of the draft code, it talks about, I think, 4 different ways to modulate the facade. You can do vertical articulation or horizontal articulation. There can be a change in color, a change of material. So part of that is providing options. But you'll see several of the more site planning related items, standards are related to context, because that was the direction of the existing criteria.
Okay, so we don't fit neatly in any of the categories.
No.
Okay. And my next 2 questions are a little bit more general. And I think we've touched on them a little bit, but if you look at these details, like I'm just looking at again, like from last week's, page 130 and 131, lots of details about numbers, and it goes on for pages. I'm a little unclear on how some of these details were chosen. And so a related question is, I appreciate the description, but what changes did the ARB and PTC make as this went through the process? I'm just trying to get a better understanding for the origin of all of these. Like, did we have a development somewhere where people complained about something, and so then we went in and changed the numbers to figure out what it would look like? There's a lot of material in here, and I want a better understanding of how the numbers were chosen.
Jean, I don't know if you want to walk through sort of that process. I mean, so I think part of that was our engagement with the Architectural Review Board and how we came up with these numbers. I mean, again, we've got sitting architects who understand building form, mass, and articulation. So, Ms. Thompson, you want to provide a response? Thank you.
Sure, yeah. A number of us have background doing multifamily housing and retail. And so some of the numbers that were picked were based off of what we know makes sense when designing housing and retail mixed use. There was a lot of hot debate on a lot of these numbers, as you can imagine. Some of them were very evident. Some of them were like, a bedroom is about this size, therefore some of these things like relief and facades were calculated on a rhythm that makes sense. This is kind of also, we're lucky, at least I'm lucky, that I'm doing other work like this on other projects. And so we have other precedents that kind of show how that actually plays out when a building is designed and that it works. So yeah, a lot of it was kind of experience things. We looked at a lot of precedent images. We looked at a lot of buildings.
Okay.
We have a whole trove of precedents that we kind of looked at and analyzed what works. Sorry, I don't want to take up too much of your time.
No, that's fine. It's actually really helpful because, just to say that it went through ARB isn't really, sufficient information for those of us who don't do this on a daily basis, or even for the public who probably didn't watch 13 of your meetings. Thank you, by the way, for doing all of them. So it is helpful just to get a better understanding of how the details were thrashed out, because that increases certainly my confidence level and hopefully that of my colleagues that, these numbers weren't, randomly chosen, and they make sense and they've been tested by people who work in this area looking at it from, pardon the pun, different angles. So I appreciate that. I have a number of more specific questions, but I just wanted to start at that high level. Thank you.
So not seeing any more hands, we can go on to a second round if people are holding back. Councilmember Koo, I don't believe you spoke yet, and then Councilmember Filson.
Thank you. So I agree with a lot of the comments and questions that Councilmember Filseth and Councilmember Stone had. There is a huge concern, what are the unintended consequences with this new objective standards and intent statements. I wanted to ask, in terms of massing and scale, what was the, what are the objective standards to address that? If you have an example.
A good example of addressing massing and scale. So we have kind of different levels of scale. So massing is kind of at the big building scale, and we have several, actually don't have them in front of me right now, but a lot of them are like setbacks at the upper levels to make a building appear a little bit shorter than it would otherwise be. And then there's kind of the smaller scale, which we call the human scale, where things are much more smaller, specular, and it kind of creates visual interest in that way. And that was the intent statement. We had a few menu options for how we suggested that applicants can do that. Some of them were creating vertical grains along the facade. So that's like orienting windows in a vertical pattern. There's other ways of, there's a horizontal way of doing that creates kind of elongated so it doesn't look so tall. So there's kind of methods of going about breaking down scale. One of our big concerns are that, you know, someone, if there aren't any standards, somebody could just take, you know, whatever the zoning height is, make it all the way flush to the property line with no articulation at all. I don't know anybody who would do that, but somebody who doesn't want to spend any money on good design might want to do that. And so we definitely wanted to try and put some things that were things that architects already think about when they think about breaking down scale. They think about it at the big level of what are the big things that we want to do in terms of shaping the roof line and how it interacts with the street, and then the smaller levels of breaking down the facade. Jean mentioned base, middle, top. That's one of those things that was hotly debated. Architects do think about their buildings like that sometimes. And so we had methods of addressing those different scales.
So by the way, I didn't want to forget to mention, really grateful to the ARB for all the discussions that you had. I watched some of your meetings and there was just a lot of discussion and thoughts going on. So thank you very much for that. And also to staff, you know, for all the time that you have spent. Ms. Eisberg, you too. In terms of the scale and massing, so you talked about the building, but how about to the neighbors, to the neighboring community? You know, I mean, I'm hoping that, I'm very pleased to hear that you did take precedent when you looked at the buildings at ARB. But I'm actually more concerned about, I'm actually also concerned about the neighbors and how it is going to have consistency throughout that community, throughout that neighborhood. So you just don't have this one huge block of concrete sitting there.
Maybe I can offer a couple examples. So this is a section of the code. I apologize. I'm looking at the packet page from today's meeting. So this is 324. But this is an example of a requirement for what happens if you have a building that's more than 20 feet lower than the proposed building, which is on the left. I showed this example actually in the presentation, but that there's a requirement for an upper story setback for at least 70% of the facade. So it basically shrinks the upper story of the building when you're adjacent to a smaller building. There are a couple other options and ways to do this. So this top image is showing if you're next to, again, you're next to a lower height, lower density district, then there's a requirement for, or an option for a facade break in that adjacency. So instead of having a flat wall that you'd have to have an articulation break, a facade break, every, you know, here it's showing 4 feet in width, 2 feet in depth. This one is very, very specific. There's a third element here, it's in text, but it talks about the glazing. So one of the concerns that folks in this, you know, if you're in this smaller house here can be concerned about is having windows facing onto your into your home. And so here the requirement is that it minimizes the amount of glazing that you can have, or requires that certain windows be fully obscured so you're not looking directly into somebody's unit.
Thank you. So when you bring up the window obscurity, it also brings forward the privacy matter, right? What happens when you have to open the window then? So you're still seeing through, even though when it's closed, you have the obscure window. And then the other part was about the plantings, you know, for privacy, where you have the trees. It even describes how many trees, how far to put them in, what's the spacing in between. I guess there's also questions there, you know, how is the enforcement going to be? Are they going to be, what if the tree dies and they don't water it enough, you know? So there are those kind of questions in terms of privacy for the residents. And with the buildings so close to each other, I'm sorry, I don't see my time clock, so I'm just going to keep on talking.
Yeah, your time's up, but go ahead.
Okay, just a comment. You know, if you have a 30-foot building next to a 50-foot, then you would want to protect that 30-foot building more and make sure that their privacy and their light and all of that is preserved. I'll come back. Thank you.
So maybe just to respond to that last comment, I think that's what we've been trying to do as we translate these subjective standards into something objective. And if the council has ideas of, you know, is it more trees? Are they spaced every, 12.5 feet apart? Or, do we want fixed windows where permitted by, the building codes? I mean, if there's some specific standards that we want to place, we can do that. That's what we're trying to do here. But I think you can appreciate it. We're not going to be able to cover every scenario, which is why the ARB has committed to continuing to study this and see how these projects play out. One last note is that we don't have a lot of these projects now. We have a few that were highlighted in the PowerPoint. But as the council knows, we are underway with our housing element effort, and we have a large amount of housing units that we are expected to plan for in the next housing cycle. And SB 35, just as a reminder, is while there's an affordable housing component to that, which we are currently subject to, there's also a production component to that. And while the city has been successful in meeting rate housing production over time, it's going to be a real stretch for us over the next 8 years. And so 4 years into this next RHNA cycle, if we fall short of meeting if we're not on pace to meet our market rate housing production, then that's when these objective standards are really going to kick in. And that's what we're preparing for and trying to anticipate through this endeavor.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah, thanks. Well, let me start by reiterating what Planning Director Lane just said, which is this is really important for us. I think we all got to get behind this because this is not the state imposing stuff on us. This is us preparing to have the state impose stuff on us. And so I think this is important work that we're doing here. Just briefly on the slide you had up before, I don't think you have to put it back up, but I thought that was important because you're talking about transition statements or transitions between zones. So that limits it to RM and R1 and R2 and so forth. I live in an RM20 zone, and my neighborhood is full of bungalows and 1- and 2-story apartment buildings, and so some of those setback and step back and transition issues are going to apply equally to my neighborhood as well as any others. So I don't think we should necessarily limit all that just to R1 and R2 districts. I think some of them, at least some, and maybe all the multi-unit districts that should apply to too. Because there's lots of places where just because it's RM40 doesn't mean there's some single family homes in there still, right? And I think we're sort of throwing the ball ahead of the receiver if we're just assuming they're all going to be replaced with apartment buildings. Okay, I wanted to ask another question about overlays. So WH and HIP
So
and affordable housing.
Councilmember Phil Seth, I don't know if you saw the places memo, but the overlays are going to be discussed in the next meeting.
I understand. This will be a short question, right?
Okay.
Do they count as zoning for state mandates? That is, can we be forced to, can we be imposed to apply one where it isn't already? Or if we zone, if we put a HIP overlay on this big an area, and then we come back and say, no, we want to like actually only have it be half that area. Are we allowed to do that, or is it a one-way times arrow kind of thing?
Right. I'll take an initial pass at this, but yeah, good. I was hoping that Mr. Yang was on the call because it's not your base district development standards.
Yeah.
I think you would have more flexibility in adjusting that. But let's hear from Mr. Yang.
Yeah. So I understood there are two parts to that question. You know, one, if the overlay is not already applied, is there any part of the state law that would require us to, apply it or offer those benefits? And the answer to that is no. If it's not already applied, that's still, fully within our discretion to apply it or not. The second part was if it
is applied, can it be unapplied?
Can we then take it away? The answer to that is also unfortunately no. It is a one-way ratchet because of a provision in SB 330 from 2019, which prohibits a city from reducing the intensity of housing development that's permitted.
Okay, and I take it if a project does meet the overlay criteria, then ministerial approval would be required?
Yes, if the overlay is already applied.
So, I mean, the irony of this is the state is forcing us to be over conservative, okay, in how we develop these standards. Right? So I hope the irony is not lost on anybody with that. Okay. Okay. A couple other comments. There's some confusion about the definition of adjacent. Is adjacent clear or is it vague?
I think that's a fair comment that came up, and I think it's appropriate for us to add a little more specificity to that when we come back with another ordinance. I think the intent here is to address the adjacent property, but the commenter knows that there's some other areas where that's been confusing, so we can take that on and make that clear.
Okay, thanks. That would be helpful. Also, I think I expect that once we start using this tool, right, we're going to find tons of stuff like that we got to come back and revisit. And I think we got to be cognizant that if we do something and then we say, oh well, that's not exactly what we meant, we should have said that differently, SB 330 might get in the way of us changing it. So I think we got to be careful of that kind of stuff. So yeah, looking forward to see this rolled out to a few HAA projects and see how it really works in the real world. Just briefly, a couple things that other people have said. Yeah, again, talked about other zones than RM, R1, and R2. Interested in the transition standard, which I know you guys are sort of discussing. Extension of rooftop equipment above the building height. Did that spec go away?
Do you have that?
There's no proposed changes to mechanical height and those standards.
So I think it used to be like 12 feet or 15 feet or something like that. Is that still there?
15 feet, yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, I do just have one correction to the statement I made earlier about SB 330. What we're precluded from doing is reducing the intensity of development below what it was in 2018. So if going forward,
2018. Oh, okay.
So if going forward we loosen the standards, we could then ratchet those back down.
Unless the state comes back and says the same thing versus 2021 or 2022, which our loyal servants in the state assembly, So okay, thanks.
Councilmember Cormac.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. I have a few specific questions in attachments A and B, which we're directed to be looking at tonight. And the first is on page 127. Again, I'm sorry, I did not crosswalk to this week's. It's 18.24.030 site access, section 1. I'm not sure I've ever seen that listed before. It says the hierarchy should prioritize pedestrians, bikes, vehicles, and access in the order listed. Is that a change? Or have we always operated under the assumption that pedestrians should be prioritized?
This was an attempt to make as objective as possible a context-based design criteria that talked about the different types of access. We established this hierarchy, and the idea was to create a plan, have someone to create a plan, and in that way it forces them to think about it. If this is not the hierarchy that the council considers appropriate, we could modify it, but this was our attempt to make objective an existing context standard, and I can bring it up if that's helpful.
No, I mean, I've got it, but you know, it might be helpful for others. I think it's worth flagging. Because I think people who drive cars would perhaps be surprised to know that they come third if they're driving into their house. I'm not saying it's a good or a bad idea, and it might be supporting you know, all of our other objectives, but I just want to flag it because I think that's potentially a big change from what people might expect. So I wanted to call that out. The next one is
I'm sorry, Councilmember Cormac, could you say where that is again?
I'm on last week's packet, sorry, page
Yeah, me too.
127, 18.24.030 A1. It's the intent statement in A1. It's the
Got it,
second
thank you.
sentence. Yeah. Not saying it's a bad idea, just saying I don't know that we've done that before, and that's not usually how we hear about concerns from people. Okay, now I'm on, sorry, again, last week's 174 and 175, 18.18.060 development standards for exclusively non-residential use. And I'm looking at 2/3 through maximum size of new non-residential construction or expansion projects. And it says 25,000 square feet of gross floor area. Also, I think the next number is missing a 0, so somebody should fix that, 1500. Is that a change? Do we currently restrict? I mean, this looks like offices and nonprofits and, you know, things like that. Do we currently restrict them to 25,000 square feet?
If I'm on the right page, this is not a change. So the only changes are shown in underline and strikeout.
Okay, well, maybe we should change the 15,00 unless 1500 is right, whatever. Anyway, somebody can look at that. Okay, how am I doing on time? Okay, moving on to page 207. Super excited to see the change. Now I'm on 207 from last week, which is 18.52.040 off-street parking, loading, and bicycle facility requirements. Thank you so much for providing at least one on-site short-term loading space for passenger vehicles and transportation and delivery service. I mean, if there's anything we've learned during this time is people need to be dropped off and picked up, and stuff needs to be dropped off and picked up. And if we don't design for it, it's really problematic. So I was happy to see that. Okay, now I have two other sort of questions. We talked a lot about some of the bills that have already taken effect. How, if at all, does SB 9, which will take effect in January, interact with this? Because I've heard a question about 2 residences, but I thought the packet said 3. Do we need to incorporate that in this?
Yeah, so I think for SB 9, we're actually working now to hopefully we can get to the PTC before in the next month or so with some interim standards and then on to council. I'm anticipating some kind of a temporary interim ordinance until we have some time to really look at those standards a little bit more. But yeah, as you know, we've got just a couple months to make something happen there.
Okay, but they won't necessarily follow these.
No, we're going to.
It'll be a separate one. Okay.
Yep.
All right. And then a lot of discussion tonight, which is understandable, about unintended consequences, which are likely. I mean, no matter how much time and effort we've all put in on a good faith basis, there's going to be something we're going to wish we had done differently or want to change. What will be the process and for making changes to these?
Sorry, trying to track down that.
I can take that. It'll be just a standard process for updating the zoning ordinance, a hearing before the PTC and a hearing before the council.
And do we anticipate doing that on a regular cadence or as needed?
As needed.
As needed. Okay, I see my time's up. Thank you.
So as we talk, I seem to be getting more and more questions, not fewer. But thank you, Councilmember Cormack. Those were some good questions. So maybe some high-level comments. So I did, coming into this, I felt most comfortable with leaving our subjective standards in the code kind of as is. And it was really for the reasons I think Councilmember Filseth said it the first time he spoke, which was, we're changing so much. It just felt like, why change more, and like kind of make sure we get this right. And especially if it was something that the state laws didn't really apply to. And second was just this thought too, that keeping our subjective standards there, if some of the state laws are overturned or rescinded, we've lost them. But so again, just high level comments. I'm not saying that's where I am now, but it was part of my thought process. I also agree with Councilmember Filseth that the state laws are going to make it hard to, we do have to be kind of aware of these one-way doors, and hearing about 2018, I think was helpful. But it still feel like we should kind of start restrictive and then loosen over time to make sure we're making kind of these changes as correctly as we can. To me, in the subjective context and massing, one of the most important things was height transitions. And I really believe we need to address that at council and start with an objective height transition standard, and not put that off. So I'd like to hear from council and see if it's possible we could add that in. There's a lot here. And there were some sections that were either completely deleted or, and it was hard to tell if they got moved. I think it'd be useful when this comes back to council to maybe get some additional reports, maybe try to show where some things went. Let us know if something has been moved elsewhere or truly been removed. And as well as on the guidelines, we hear that some of them are word for word, some of them aren't. I think it'd be helpful to kind of understand that a little bit better. One thing that's kind of missing that and I've been trying to skim some other city ordinances, but it's hard, is some discussion about perhaps an objective standard around views. I think views contribute to the visual environment of cities. I see it included in other city ordinances, and admittedly it's subjective. But it may be an area that we want to think about or talk about. People have views of the foothills or the baylands or open space. Can we put some objective standard in there that would help maybe protect that? And then finally, kind of high level comment. I mean, we are talking about subjective standards, so we could have disagreements about how to make them objective. And when we get to things like the facade details and ornamentation, we're really talking about the quality appearance of buildings. And the objective standard had a lot of these menus: choose one of 4, choose 2 of 6 kind of things. And again, my gut was to suggest that we start with a higher standard and maybe loosen those over time. So do we require 2 of 4 and 3 of 6? What's the implication of that? Some of the questions about definitions were asked. I think adjacent was one. I think we should look for others. Budding was another. And one idea that came up was maybe we should have asked some peers in other cities to read through our stuff and look for loopholes. Maybe kind of a QA process. Really, again, with an eye for looking for loopholes or things that people would try to exploit. Some specific things until I run out of time. I was concerned about some of the things around RM40. We heard that from the public. Protections for privacy, daylight plane, open space. It looked like the private open space standards changed. I believe the height limit for RM40 is 40 feet. But we just seem to think of it as 50 feet. I did see a place where the equipment on rooftops was deleted. So, maybe if staff could point me to where that 15-foot limit is still there, I'd appreciate that. I'll try to find the place where it was deleted if that's not clear. I guess one question I'll ask as I run out of time: why change the design intents to kind of intents or guidelines rather than call them standards? We have a lot of guidelines that we say are not enforceable, but again, where a subjective ordinance applied, it was an ordinance. So I'm just curious about kind of the decision to call these intents.
So two things. So we called them intent statements. We could have called them design guidelines. It's a little odd that the state law said no new subjective design standards. So we didn't want to call them standards, but they're not objective. They're definitely subjective. Right now, the context-based design criteria are repeated across 4 sections of the code. Sometimes they're the same, sometimes they're different. This was an attempt to consolidate them, reorganize them, rewrite some of them. But essentially they're design guidelines, intent statements, either way.
I guess the question really is, does a standard carry more weight in the code than a guideline?
For projects that are only required to meet objective standards, yes, I would say so.
Again, I'm talking about the case where they don't, or we're not using objective standards.
Oh, well, in that case, it's a little more fluid. So a commercial project, say, has to meet your development standards, setting up the envelope, height, density, FAR, et cetera. And then they also need to demonstrate that they meet the context-based design criteria, any subjective design guidelines as interpreted by the Architecture Review Board during the ARB review process. That's where the subjective piece comes in.
I understand. What I'm really asking is, we currently have subjective standards. We could leave those, but we're not creating new subjective standards. We have old subjective standards. Does that carry more weight than a guideline or an intent? Just the wording of it.
The intent statements are going to be written into the code the same as the context-based design criteria. So they would hold the same weight.
So legally, there's no difference in these words of calling something a standard or a guideline. That's really what I'm trying to get to. I don't know, maybe one of the attorneys could weigh in.
No, I don't think that the name is, substantively important in this context.
Okay. Are you certain you said just the way you worded that?
Right. Whether we call it a standard or a guideline or an intent statement, it's a subjective criterion and it carries the same weight.
Thank you. All right, I'll stop there. Councilmember Cook.
So I'm a little bit unclear about the one session at ARB. If I understand correctly from the previous conversation, is that the developer is going to come in and basically already decide on their criteria, their design, but coming to ARB is just a cursory to hear feedback, but they don't have to follow it. Am I correct?
Yeah,
So
these are for the,
projects,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jody.
projects that go through that streamlined process that where they're able to go through that streamlined process would need to abide by all of the development standards that we put in place. And so staff would do an initial review to make sure that a project meets those standards. And then we would have the one hearing before the ARB. So the ARB could then confirm that the project really has met all of those standards, and the public would have a chance to voice their opinion as well.
There, and further to that, non-binding, but the board could offer other comments that the developer could incorporate into the design or opt not to. We get a lot of comments from applicants who go through the ARB process, thankful for the outcome, and have learned through that process that projects are better than when they came in. So I think that folks that are going through that process, as long as it's not arduous and, a difficult process to go through, generally find it to be a beneficial experience and results in a better design.
I agree. I mean, I've heard the comments made by the commissioners, and oftentimes, they have very thoughtful comments. The other one, going along so in terms of CEQA for these streamlined projects, they don't have to go through CEQA. So how is a property perhaps in the historical, that might have a historical context to it? Will HRB have anything to say about that?
So if it's not listed on our inventory and it's not identified as a historic already, which the state law, I believe, excludes from the process, then it would not be reviewed.
It will not be reviewed.
That's right. HRB would not review it
if it's on the list.
If it's not on our, if it's an unknown resource to us and it doesn't require discretionary review, it doesn't get picked up in that process. I'll look to Jean just to make sure I've got that right.
Right, so just to be clear, SB 35, that's the only bill that requires ministerial review. And under SB 35, you cannot have a historic project that's on any kind of register. So that project would be screened out of SB 35 streamlining.
Okay, thanks.
If it were registered, if it were
registered.
If it was registered. And then how does traffic gets considered in these streamlined projects?
So again, there is a distinction between SB 35, where a traffic analysis could not be required as part of a SB 35 application because it is ministerial. But for other projects, it would be required under CEQA. If it's required today, that piece wouldn't change.
Even if it's under SB 330 or the Housing Accountability Act?
That's right. I would say there's been other changes under state law related to traffic analysis with the change to vehicle miles traveled that may screen projects out for another reason, but SB 330 otherwise does not change the way that we review traffic.
Okay, thank you. One more thing, open space. So in these, the ones that has housing, the streamlining, they're counting rooftops as open space, right? So if we're also having a drought issue and we're trying to recharge our groundwater, most of this water is going to be going into storm drains if the open space is on the roof. So it's actually just going to go out to the bay and we won't be recharging our underground water. So part of sustainability, how would you, I mean, I would have concerns there, especially if, we're trying to work on our sustainability, keeping our natural resources, we're in a drought, and then here water is flowing out to the bay. So is there another method perhaps where water, if it ever rains, it can go straight into the underground instead of going to storm drains?
Jody, do you recall what the public works requirements are for water and how that gets redistributed on site? I mean, we could do bios wells and things like that, I think are components that are coming online. I don't know if we're there yet. Do you know about that?
So, I mean, we have a bunch of different regulations. I mean, some of it is that rooftop open spaces, as best I remember, are only allowed in the downtown. We haven't carried that across the rest of the code quite yet. So it would be limited. There is the fact that no additional water should be running off of the site. That's our C3 regulations that come from the region. So those would come into play as well.
Okay, great, thanks. Another thing is, can we expect to have a analysis of potential impacts from these changes to for this new ordinance?
So unless the council is asking us to do something different than we've already provided, you know, we don't have more analysis at this time for that. Again, we're not trying to create new standards, but take the existing subjective standards and add some specificity so that they can be objective. So the volume of the building stays the same, you know, and you know, but I'm hearing from the council that there's some other areas related to privacy, landscaping. These might be some areas where council may want to provide a little more discretion or direction on those context-based, or excuse me, those objective standards. But no, I mean, again, we're not trying to create something new. We're not increasing the height of buildings and things like that. So we don't have that kind of an analysis as a part of this report. Again, council can direct us to do something, and we would endeavor to do that.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you. I think that's all for me.
Thank you. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm glad to see we've had some conversation about some of the ambiguity in the proposed ordinance. Glad we covered issue with adjacent building. One other area of ambiguity I found was what fully obscured means for certain windows. Can staff kind of weigh in on that a little bit? What does that mean for certain windows to be fully obscured, and does that mean fully obscured from the neighbor's point of view, fully obscured from the street, or is that an area where staff agrees we need to kind of revise that language a little bit?
I think you're referring to the standard I had up on the screen. It says that I think it was 15% of the facade could have windows, and those could be operable windows that had you know, clear glass, and then any additional windows would need to be fixed and fully obscured. And generally we see that as a type of glazing that you can't see through.
Okay, so could those, I think it was Councilmember Koo who raised this issue earlier. I mean, could those obscured windows that are glazed be opened, or would those have to be fixed windows that then could not be opened?
Right, the standard says fixed and fully obscured, so they would need to be fixed beyond the 15% in the case of that standard.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, just a few points. There seems to be some kind of some fair amount of agreement on a lot of these. One, talking about some thoughts on sustainability, and appreciate Councilmember Koo bringing up some of these. Yeah, I would like to see, because I didn't see any inclusion in here. Maybe glass at a certain height and at a certain width really should be bird safe glass, and like to see some language in the ordinance to ensure that we are maintaining that we're keeping birds safe, especially for our higher buildings. Yeah, I'm also concerned about rooftops counting towards open space. I think doing this will eliminate in most cases kind of just the permeability on the site and rainwater going directly into the storm drains instead of the ground. And ultimately, I'm also concerned about the rooftop space. Really just kind of means, ultimately it means that we're going to be really replacing our tree canopy with buildings with rooftops that are unlikely to have trees, but really rather shrubbery and flowers and gardens, but no trees. Of course, we all know the health benefits and the impact on climate that trees have that other foliage just does not. I also share a lot of concerns with my colleagues and members of the public as far as seeing a lot of these changes really kind of effectively eliminating a lot of meaningful privacy protections. I think the current context-based design criteria does a pretty good job at properly mitigating privacy concerns by requiring neighboring structures with windows and upper floor balconies to be positioned so that they minimize views into neighboring properties. But the way I read the proposed objective design standards, they really kind of remove this, replace it with what appears just to be inadequate protections, such as requiring the landscape screen that we've talked about. And I think they include a row of trees, but those trees are only required to be 1 tree per 25 linear feet, a minimum height of 6 feet. So really, I mean, I just don't see how this offers any meaningful privacy protections for residents on higher floors. And the code is really just silent on whether deciduous trees are allowed to be planted for this landscape screen, which of course would really mean that privacy protections, if we're using deciduous trees as the landscape screen, are going to be meaningless for almost half of the year. So I think that's an area where we could revise and strengthen the language. I don't know what the exact number of trees would be properly required to be able to better mitigate, but I trust there's more expertise on staff to try to refine that language a bit. I just think what's currently there seems to be inadequate. I thought the facade protections also seem to be inadequate, as they provide they just seem to try to think kind of provide protections that are either just kind of meaningless amount of protection based on I just saw like the percentage of the facade that covered or exempted several structures that they don't abut other structures. I think especially for me, who I live in an apartment complex in a high density neighborhood surrounded by other households in close proximity. I mean, maintaining some level of privacy is really important to my quality of life. And we have some tree coverage on our patio, but certain times of the year, or if the landlord prunes the trees too much, we lose that coverage. And we always just feel so uncomfortable in our own living room, knowing that people who are walking above us on the walkway can look right into our living room and see me watching TV in my pajamas. And so I wouldn't support a draft ordinance that is removing some of those protections that I really value and become frustrated with when I don't have them. Let me see where I'm at on my time. Sorry, didn't expect to be talking about my PJ wearing in this meeting. I'm out of time. So those are just a few more of my thoughts. I will just add on if we don't have another round. I also agree with I'm disappointed to kind of see these design standards and RM districts really being diluted to the scale that they're being proposed in the objective design standards. I agree with many of my colleagues and speakers that we should be more equitable there and not just and not be removing these standards for certain neighborhoods and not others. Doesn't seem fair to me. Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So this is, I guess I start by saying that I really appreciate that this is a really complex issue, trying to provide the sorts of design protections that we're looking for in our community and doing so where we must through objective standards and these statements of intent, which are still unclear to me on their enforceability. My understanding is that tonight staff's looking for us to give input on the ordinance, and then the next meeting would be on the overlays, and then we have staff in the third meeting come back to us with these changes on the ordinance that we've provided tonight. But as I'm appreciating all the work by the staff and consultants and the ARB and the Planning Commission and the many meetings that they had to get their hands around this and try to give it guidance and all of the issues that we're still struggling with as a council based on our own analysis and input from those bodies and from the public. I don't personally feel ready to have settled on what guidance and changes in the ordinance I'm ready to do. And I'm somebody who spent, almost a decade on planning commission and through another decade on the council on these kinds of issues. This is a really complex set of changes. I think they're pointed in a good direction. Frankly, I'll just say that the work that has been done by staff, consultants, and our boards commission have really added a lot of value and thought to where we're going. But we as a council are still struggling with getting our understanding around these important decisions. So I would recommend that we not feel obligated to give our final input on the ordinance or guidance on the ordinance tonight. I just don't think we're ready to do that. We've made progress. I would also say, as we're trying to get an understanding the implications of these changes, one of the things that might be helpful is if we had a couple of scenarios where we looked at project examples, whether they're real projects that we've done in the past or hypothetical ones where we said, okay, here's how this would be reviewed under the old subjective standards. Here's what might be the outcomes. Here's what the process would be, and the design outcomes might be under the new objective standards. I also want to bring up one technical issue. I think it was the mayor who brought up on the height of the HVAC systems. And so if I understand it, we're still having our code an allowance of 15 feet of height for those systems. And for several years, we've been looking at and having discussions about streamlining that, because that's above, we say we have a 50-foot height limit, but we're saying we have 50 foot plus 15 feet, more than 15 feet, more than a full height of an occupied floor. And today's equipment design for that sort of equipment has been streamlined. We've seen that projects, when we've requested that it be minimized, that's been done effectively at, in the neighborhood of half that height. And a lot of this equipment can actually be located in basements too. So that's one of the things that I'd like to see updated as part of this update, is to not have an excessive allowance for that additional floor for equipment that is beyond what we envision when we say we have a height limit. I also I want to support the mayor's comments on needing to figure out how views fit in here, and a question of how does do these standards relate to the Baylands master plan and for zoning that's in that area? Can staff or consultants give any insight on that?
Gene, I know we got a housing project now in the Baylands area, or you're nearby it. Have we looked at the relationship between the Baylands and some of these other objective standard changes?
No, only in terms of the district standards. So again, if it was in a zoning district where the context-based design criteria apply, then the objective standards would comply. But if it's a different zoning district, then it wouldn't. I'm not familiar with the details of the master plan.
So a fair point there, Vice Mayor. I think what we need to do is take a look at the Baylands master plan and see where there's an overlap between those policies and our base district zoning, and make sure. I think I'd heard a comment about the bird-friendly glass and things like that. There's certainly some standards about lighting. So we'll take that as something to follow up on as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Filsa.
Yeah, I sort of concur with what the Vice Mayor just said. I think, I think we're moving in a good direction here, but I don't feel terribly comfortable casting anything in concrete right now anyway, although I think we are converging. I think, we've got a lot of ideas on sort of areas that ought to get a little more focus and get flushed out and so forth. What action is staff looking for from us tonight? I mean, do you want motions and or is this a study session?
Yeah.
How can we help?
Great. So thank you for asking that question. And I think I kind of feel like we're at a place where we're still trying to just get our minds around what's being contemplated here, and that's not surprising. We've given you a lot to chew. So we could come back at our next meeting, which is on the 25th. We weren't expecting to do anything new for that meeting. We were thinking that maybe this would just be a continuation, and that might give the council a little bit more time to reflect on tonight's discussion, a little bit more about some of these other standards that would, as it's been characterized, a little bit of going beyond the state. Like, if we really want to just focus in on these objective standards, that might be the meeting where we get some direction from the council to fine tune our effort. And so we can take the next couple of weeks to sort of reflect on the meeting and anticipate some council direction on the 25th, when you'll get the second part. And then you can give us the sort of your perspective at that moment on what changes we should be focused.
Okay. Do you guys feel like you've got sort of gelid enough feedback from us right now to make that time useful?
So I think that time on the 25th.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't anticipating we would come back with new information.
Right.
When we do, and we certainly could. That's just not a lot of time for us to turn around and pack it. And then, not that there was a lot of public testimony at this meeting, but we want to think about that. I am curious. There's clearly some things that we can be working on between now and then, combing through the objective standards to look for words that may lend themselves to some confusion, adjacency, abutting, things like that.
Yeah.
We can take another look at the privacy standard,
right?
And maybe take another look at height transitions and some things that we've heard about. There's been some. I guess one area where I'd be interested in getting a little bit more specificity from council, if you're there, because it's a huge change. If we're going, if we're going to drift away from this idea of the, if keep the design conceptual design standards,
right.
Context-based design standards embedded in the code, that's a big change, obviously.
Well, I mean, yeah, maybe we could discuss that. In my mind, I wasn't thinking so much of sort of getting rid of the design intent effort as just suspending it for the moment until we sort through all the objective standards and we're comfortable with that, and then revisiting it, right? So
sure, okay, and so maybe that's something that we still wait until the 25th to learn more about. Before making a decision right now, and maybe we can give some more thought as to what we think are the pros and cons of this approach, and let the council weigh in.
I think what would really help me, right, on that is on the context-based design stuff. I'm not even sure if this makes sense or not, but a red line of, not on the objective standards, because I understand how hard that is, but just on the context-based design standards, what it is now, red line, what it would be, because that would be about as unambiguous as it's possible to get. And I worry that we got some sort of communication and nomenclature disconnect here.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think it might be too much for us to put together for the 25th. But we could, on the 20th, continue the conversation, maybe get some preliminary feedback from the council. And then there's probably another meeting where we can come back and say, okay, this is what we heard. Here's some initial feedback. And then maybe that's when we get the formal direction from council to make some design, ordinance changes. It seems like we're going to have to go through this at a few meetings here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to be fair, and I think, we've heard this rhetoric from particularly some of the members of the public right? But it's not a question of we're removing protections from this group or that group, okay? That removal has already been done by our representatives in the State Assembly and Senate. What we're doing here is introducing, a new framework of zoning standards, right? Basically from the ground up, right? And so that's a big job, right? And so yes, so having it take, multiple meetings is not surprising. Yeah, okay, so stuff that I think I've heard is, again, you said some of them, a transition stand, more delineation on transition standards, privacy protections for residents of upper floors in RM40 and RM30 zones, maybe extension of some of those criteria to beyond just R1 and R2. Yeah, I'm kind of intrigued by the Vice Mayor's suggestion on extension of rooftop equipment above building height, and the possibility we might even reduce it below 15 feet is what I think I heard, right? So that might be worth investigating too. Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thanks, Mayor Du Bois. Trying to pull together a few things that people have said and following up on the conversation that you were just having. There is a missing piece to connect what we had with what is proposed. And I don't know that the crosswalk on the website is exactly it. And it's hard to figure that out even from the red line. So I don't know how helpful it would be to meet again in 2 weeks if we don't have that, because that's sort of the piece that I'm not sure about yet. So I'm not saying I don't trust the ARB to have thought about this in far more excruciating detail, and the PTC to have assisted, but I think that would connect the dots between this and increase all of certainly mine and perhaps all of our confidence that we understand, this big package that we'll be voting on. So the staff report suggested quite strongly that the housing element work group do the height transition standards. I heard the mayor say something else. Director Lake, could you just address that for a moment? Because it certainly seemed, while you're thinking about your answer, I'll just say one more thing. When we had the pre-screening over in College Terrace, I recall making the statement that we're going to have to make some changes. And I don't know that it's right for us to make them at council without going through this process where we have this group that's been selected by the majority of the council and is spending a lot of time on it. So I'm comfortable with that, but could you just touch on that? I'd like to get your thoughts.
Yeah, well, I think there's probably a couple of different answers there. I think we're going to have to solve the issue before the housing element working group dives into it. There's an immediate sort of need to interpret the existing code language as it relates to this transitional heights. And so I'm exploring sort of our options to address that. I think this process could certainly avail ourselves to that opportunity, either to reaffirm what many in the community think is the existing, what ought to be the standard, and have the council sort of, weigh in on this really ambiguous language. But I think, anyways, I guess the short answer is we don't have to wait for the housing element working group to do that. This process may avail itself to that opportunity. And there's a third sort of path where there's an interpretation that is made to more immediately address implementation of that code section that we would, I would draft and present to the council at some point so that we can at least get some clarity on projects that may be subject to that standard in a more timely manner. And I think we have some of those now. So I think we need to address it quickly. I don't think necessarily it's the housing element working group.
Okay, then that is definitely something though that I don't want us to be making decisions on until, we have information that's at the level of detail that's been provided tonight, maps and drawings and all that kind of stuff, so we can get a handle on it.
Yeah, I think we understand sort of the bookends of how that might impact development. So I don't think it's as heavy a lift. I think it's just understanding, reading the code and doing our best to interpret what the intent was. And we're just doing that legislative history still on that issue. So we'll get back to
Okay, okay. You know, at this point, I neglected, and I should have said earlier that the diagrams in these details were incredibly helpful. Thank you so much to whoever spent all the time on that, and thanks to, you know, the number of architects who provided additional comments. You know, that really made it, you know, come to life, and it made it understandable. And frankly, I think it will probably help people who are using these to see, okay, this is an example of how that works. So should have mentioned that earlier. And then the last point is there was actually not consistent feedback on the upper story setbacks. There were some who felt that that was required, and some who felt that that was potentially not necessary. Any thought on the various amounts of the differing feedback we got there? I think there were some members of architects or who wrote that they didn't feel that that was necessary.
I think if I remember the discussion, it was there was some discussion about how much of the facade should be stepped back. And it's true that that's one of those things that was hotly debated, because you can make an argument that if your adjacent building is here and the building you're designing is here, then, you know, how much is the right amount? And I think we settled on the number that's in there because, you know, in many cases, I've seen architects actually go all the way, especially in those kind of situations. And the flexibility is nice because that leaves room if the zoning ever changes and people end up going higher, that gives you a chance to, you know, transition if you're in between something like that. So yeah, that was one of them. I don't know that there was a lot of discussion over whether we have a setback at all. I think there was I think it was really more of like where it makes sense and how much of it makes sense.
And it was less from the, you know, from the street and more from the side.
Oh, you're talking about
it's really both of them. It seemed like there was a lack of agreement about not necessarily on the ARB, but just from, you know, comments.
So you're talking about that diagram that was shown earlier with the crenellation along the lower story building.
No idea what crenellation is. Makes me think of a skirt, but keep going.
It's that kind of where the facade kind of comes in and out.
Oh, okay.
I guess, yeah, that's true. Crenellation has
it's just something I think it's just something that for us to think about, because that is an example of a trade-off that the community will be making, right? And I just want to be sure I understand the difference of the setbacks from the side and the difference from the front, if there is one. So
part of the conversation I think we had about the front step back is that when you're on the sidewalk, what you perceive, your sort of cone of vision, you're really only looking at the first couple stories. And so if you do step back that upper stories, which in Palo Alto is typically the 4th or 5th floor, you really can't see it. And so your perception is of a smaller building.
Yeah, I just think it's something for us to think about. Thanks.
A couple quick thoughts, and then I'll see how many questions I can get to. So my understanding of the process was we would make motions tonight on some direction, maybe broad direction, with the idea at the third meeting, you know, we would be looking at approving these ordinances. So again, if staff correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like we should at least put into a motion things that we would like to see changed, or even if it's some broad direction. Well, you know, maybe one option is we allow council members to submit detailed feedback and ask staff to come back in the third meeting, kind of, because there's just so much here. You know, I'm not sure how we get through it all. My thought on height transitions was we're going to be leaving a gap in our objective standards, a pretty major gap. And from the difficulty that the boards and commissions were having addressing the issue just seemed to make sense. It's going to come back and end up with council. So maybe we put in a stopgap, you know, at that third meeting, and then we could still have the housing element group look at it, maybe propose changes to it, you know. But I'd suggest we start with some simple rule, like you can increase, you know, 2 stories from the lowest adjacent building, just so we have something on the books, and it's just a short-term stopgap. Let me see. So I want to start on the 2 ordinances. So the first ordinance on page 32, and again, I did use the old packet, so I'll just refer to the ordinance page number. Use of materials on facades. Just curious how the ARB or whoever it was decided, you know, 100% of some of these materials was okay, like metal panels or cement siding, you know, versus others that were limited. So where did those come from?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So a lot of the materials that are on there, the usage, a lot of them comes from a lot of buildings that we've seen, probably worked on, a lot of what contemporary architecture is moving towards. There are also materials that are known to have not a great lifespan or are poor quality. So
is there any thought, like maybe not so much as what's used in other cities, but you know, maybe higher quality buildings that we might want to see in Palo Alto?
yeah, I think the materials we picked are of the highest quality. I would say those are what most high quality buildings are utilizing these days.
Okay, I'm going to keep going because I'm going to run out of time. So page 19, another good example, maybe you could give a short answer, you know, facade articulation, 4 inches in depth, either recessed or projected. It's just another example. There's a lot of very specific numbers, like where does 4 inches come from versus some other number?
Sometimes it's so 4 inches is kind of a place where you are not necessarily compromising your inside square footage area, but you're still providing visual interest. So the thing about the depths is that if you provide something deeper, then potentially you're compromising a unit's usability. And if it's too shallow, then sometimes it's not very effective. So that's where those numbers came from.
Okay. Still feels a little subjective. Could be 6 inches, could be something else.
I think we have a minimum, right? It's not like
what's that?
It's a minimum. It's not a defined.
Right, but
it could be more.
We expect people will probably go with the minimum when they can.
And those are all numbers that, you know, 5 architects on our ARB discussed.
Yeah. It seemed like there was a fair amount of disagreement, a lot of discussion. Those minutes were a little hard to get through. Page 21, and this is in several places, it's a really broad question. It says things like, or similar strategies as approved by the director of planning. And so for an objective standard, does that make it subjective? It felt like it was a subjective kind of out on some of these things. And I was just concerned, is that allowed? It's really the question.
Yeah, I think it is a little gray area. Some of this is left over from, as we were going through the process, we didn't always have this so narrowly defined to the housing development projects. And so there is a little bit of gray area there. I think if it's something, you know, we could tighten it up and delete it. But we did leave it in there for these purposes to allow a little bit more flexibility.
Yes, I'd be worried that somebody would, yeah. I mean, it's throughout. I would take a look through and look at maybe deleting all those if somebody came back and said this is a subjective standard, so I don't have to follow it. That wouldn't be good. Try to get through maybe just a couple more. Page 24 and 25. There's a 14-foot requirement for ground floor. I just wondered why we were requiring that if it seems like if somebody wanted to come with less, maybe get an additional floor in under the height limit. We are forcing them to go to 14 feet. Is it?
I think that's just, I'm sorry.
Oh.
Stop. I think that you feel free to respond. I think it's just a reflection of the, quality of the space that we're trying to create.
Yeah, so typically on the first floor, in mixed use, there will be retail, and a quality retail space requires a higher ceiling. And there's a lot of studies that show that a lower ceiling's not as effective. So 14 is an industry, that's usually what that's an industry
Right.
standard for retail.
We have it
also
on page
for-
25 for non-residential uses, not just retail. And again, we're requiring it. We're not suggesting it. I just wondered why not allow it at 12 feet, or if somebody wants to come in at 13 feet, we basically are not allowing that.
With good reasons.
Yeah, I think, the recommendation is a minimum of 14 feet. In this case, there's also this other option as a way to maintain context, that you maintain the second floor datum line into the budding building. So that was a way to maintain the context. But so as Osma suggested, our recommendation was 14 feet based on a good retail quality. But if that's something the council is interested in reducing, then we could reduce it.
Again, people could do 14 feet, but there may be cases where they really want to get an additional floor in and they won't be able to.
Right. But then
so we're kind of forcing them.
Well, we're not forcing them. They could opt into a different process, right? They can opt out of the objective standards and go through the typical design review process. If somebody didn't meet these basic standards, there's a process for them.
Got it. Okay, that's a great comment. So thanks for clarifying. Just do a couple more. One last one.
Sorry, I was going to make one more note on the floor to floor, just to note that there's also like a structural component, so that the ceiling will be a lot lower than 14 feet, depending on the construction type.
Yeah, got it. So on page 31, it starts to talk about rooftop open space, and then later on it talks about rooftop gardens. Is there any requirement that there be actual vegetation on a rooftop garden? I didn't really see. Can it just be hard top?
I may need a minute to look that up, but I did want to mention the rooftop open space requirements. I know it looks like it's new text. It's actually text that was moved that currently exists in the code, the regulations for where rooftop gardens can exist and how much they can qualify as open space. So that is an existing requirement, and I can quickly look up the green space requirement for rooftops.
Yeah, just as I was reading it, it's kind of implied that it's green, but I didn't see anywhere that said it actually is green. So I was just curious. All right, I'll stop there. If you could let me know if you find that. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, so just a small follow-up on the mayor there. I appreciate that the applicants can opt out of the objective standards, but on this example like retail, I still am not quite following why we would want to insist upon 14 feet as a minimum for that ground floor retail. That doesn't necessarily follow to me, but maybe I'm not understanding something. But then I did want to talk about our wrap-up process tonight. I appreciate what the mayor is saying, that was going into this meeting, there was a rough anticipation that we'd attempt to put all of our feedback on the ordinance into a motion. But I think I heard Director Late say that he was comfortable with the staff kind of absorbing the comments from tonight and us having a chance to reflect and stew more on what we learned tonight, and then come back in the subsequent meeting and be able to give more guidance at that time on any ordinance changes. And I think that's the right process to follow for where we all seem to be. I don't think we need to force this just because there was a hope at the beginning of this meeting that we'd all be ready to give that clear guidance on the ordinance. So that's my sentiment. I'd rather follow up on this in the next meeting and do a better job at it.
That certainly works.
I'm not seeing any hands. Does staff have any reaction to getting like feedback from council members and trying to compile some of that? Maybe by the third meeting?
Yeah, so I don't have any strong feelings. I think the way that Vice Mayor Burt summarized it certainly works for us. We've heard from each of you sort of points of interest. There is some overlap. And I think I've summarized at one point some of those areas. We'll go back, staff, and we'll kind of look at our notes. I think it would be helpful as we do that and come back to the 25th to just sort of pick up the conversation, add the element of the pieces that we haven't really talked about, and then hope at that meeting that we can begin to put together a motion from council. I think there's a lot of things that was said, and it could send us in many different directions. So I just want to make sure that we're clear before we put too much time and energy into it, that we've got council support for some of these changes. In the meantime, we clearly know that we've got some work that we'll do in the background, and that's perfectly fine. But I wouldn't want to necessarily come to you with new information on the 25th.
So just to try to move this forward a bit, let me just try a motion to see if there's general alignment. And so I would move that staff return with some form of red lines that would, particularly on the subjective standards, that would kind of help show us either what was removed or what was the same. That we would try to treat RM40 more like other residential zones. So there may be some differences, but maybe you could highlight those. And that we consider a stopgap motion on height transitions. And maybe staff could even propose what that would look like.
Are you done?
Yeah.
I'll second that.
So again, to what Vice Mayor Burt is saying, I mean, I agree overall. I don't think we're at a point where we should be, proposing text changes, but maybe some high level summary of where we are with the vote would at least give staff direction, kind of where the majority of the council is. So I tried to summarize a couple of things I heard, but if there were some other really high level things that council members wanted to add, I would be open to that. And I see City Manager, thanks for joining. I know you've been busy today.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. I appreciate observing what pieces of this I could pick up. Let's see, so I would like to ask if I could, Mr. Late, to comment on whether how much of this could actually be accomplished within the time frame between now and the 25th. I suspect it would be difficult.
Yeah. Yeah, especially item A, which I believe is the crosswalk that we've been talking about. That's really going to be messy. We tried to synthesize it in digestible ways, but as Jean had noted in her presentation, I mean, one context-based design standard sprinkles out to multiple areas. That's going to take us a lot of time to do. So if we're not going to be able to return on the 25th with that, but we certainly can on developing a better crosswalk. These other items on B and C, I think, are things that we can incorporate into the other areas that council may want to give us some direction on. I mean, I guess I heard something more extensive than is summarized by B and C in the comments. And so I think from a staff's perspective, I mean, certainly if you want to give us a motion, that's fine. I think we're still coming back on the 25th to continue our conversation. And it might be more helpful at that time, get just a consolidated motion to direct our work. I don't know if there's going to be anything we're going to be able to do between now and then.
Just to clarify, the 25th is when we're going to talk about the overlays. I'm really talking about the third meeting. Do we have a date for that?
We don't have a date, and it's going to on sort of the direction we get from council on what sort of changes.
I see. Okay, yeah, I was trying to give you maybe some direction tonight for that third meeting so that you would have more time. If we wait until the 28th, it sounds like the third meeting will be even further out.
Yeah, well, I guess I'm hearing from some of your colleagues that there might be some more time needed to digest the changes. And I guess my concern is you can give us this, but I think we're going to get it again on the 25th, along with a dozen other items.
Yeah. Again, I guess I'm open to all of this. I heard from everybody wanting some kind of red lines. Again, I think you could get started on that and have it ready for November, December, whenever that third meeting is. But anyways, that's why I made the motion. Councilmember Ku, do you want to speak to your second?
Yeah, I mainly wanted to see the red lines also, because that would be really helpful for a comparison of what was original and then what has changed. That was my main interest there.
So I can maybe offer, we don't need a motion to do that. We're hearing clearly from the council that that's an area of interest and it's a communication tool that would be helpful. So we'll do that. Understand it's going to be messy, but we'll do our best to make it as digestible as possible. So we will do that. You don't need to tell us to do that. We can just go ahead and do that.
Okay, so given that, I wonder if we should just withdraw this for now and come back on the 25th. Are you okay with that, Councilmember Ku?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll draw the motion. Okay, Councilmember Cormack.
No, I was going to make a substitute motion to continue it. But since you recognize me, I'll just quickly say that I think we actually already have red lines. I think really what we're asking for is the crosswalk that was mentioned earlier. I just want to be crystal clear on that. Okay.
Yep, that's how I'm understanding that. And also just in the abundance of clarity, for a future meeting, it won't be available on the 25th, which I know Councilmember Cormack is something that you've asked for. It's
going to be hard for me to vote yes on this package until we just have that one next level of information, which is, I'm sure, embedded in all of your professional experience and expertise. But I think we need that one more.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair.
Mayor Du Bois, would you like me to make a motion to continue this item?
I don't think we need one. We have another item scheduled on the 25th. Is that right?
Actually, since it's a public hearing, I think it'd be helpful actually if we can get a motion to continue to October 25th. That would be helpful for us.
Okay, so yes.
Then I move that we continue this item until October 25th.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember Ku.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on the continuation. I think we're starting with me. I will vote yes. Councilmember Ku.
Yes.
Councilmember Filseth.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack.
Yes.
Councilmember Stone.
Yes.
Great, that's it. All right, well, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Good start. I suggest we take a 10-minute break and we come back at 9:40. proceed with item number 9, which is amending another ordinance change, this time amending the parking ordinance. Philip, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, thank you very much, Mayor Du Bois. I know that Nate Baird is pulling up the presentation right now, and there it is. So I'd like to say good evening, Marble City Council members and members of the public. I'm Philip Cami, Chief Transportation Official, and tonight the Office of Transportation is here for a first reading for changes to the Palo Alto Municipal Code in connections to multiple items that council have previously approved, including the license plate recognition and the corresponding LPR surveillance policy. And with that, Nathan Baird, the city's parking and shuttles manager, will give a brief presentation, and then we will be available for questions. Nate, just a note, I think you're still on mute there. We're not catching you.
Okay, sorry about that. Good evening, council members and mayor. Tonight's item advances virtual parking permits for the city's various parking programs. Let me get this to advance. This is in line with a number of parking work plan items that we've previously brought to council and that were prioritized at the beginning of March 2020 with the budget process that we put forward. This really helps us advance a number of the process improvements and customer service improvements that we are working on through our work plan. They really kind of dovetail with the Duncan work that we've done previously and the automated license plate enforcement that the council passed back in February. So the virtual permit changes that we're proposing for the Muni Code really help line up are kind of the next steps to following up on the automated license plate enforcement that we're making progress on. Essentially the Palo Alto Muni Code sections that govern parking policies were kind of put together piecemeal over the last several years. And what we've really focused on is some line item edits that help us have the ability to adopt the virtual permits rather than strictly being tied to hard permits as is in the current Muni Code. We're also doing some basic updates to basically take our code to kind of a modern standard in terms of addressing loading and unloading zones, giving us the ability to regulate transportation network companies like Uber and Lyft when they come in, and also removing specific curb sign regulation language that's in the Muni Code currently to just refer to designated by posted signage. So this provides us some better flexibility as we move forward with some of our curb management programs. But the big thing that we're really doing is just allowing our Muni Code to put forward virtual permits. So currently where it mentions hard permits, we now will request that permits be displayed as the city requests. And so this allows us to kind of roll in and phase in virtual permits as we adopt the license plate recognition enforcement and some other process improvements. And it'll be a phased in and sort of a phase approach, kind of deferential to our existing permit sales cycles, and will also be rolled out as we get the enforcement technology installed in our contract vehicles. So next calendar year, we'll start transitioning our initial permit programs to the license plate enforcement and parking occupancy data collection. And then by the calendar year 23, we hope to have all our programs up and running with virtual permits. This also gives us additional time to do some additional outreach regarding guest permits in particular and some other items that are of particular interest to the public, including commercial permit product types or commercial pilots that we might put forward. After PTC's feedback at the end of last month, we really focused today's item on just what we needed to start moving forward with the virtual permits. And we're saving some additional Muni code updates for later when we get some more feedback and some more input from our stakeholders. In terms of next steps, as referred by council, the Finance Committee will discuss tomorrow night some additional permit pricing and parking space employee allocations that we're considering and advocating for. We've also recommended for follow-up by PTC to go back to PTC and do some additional stakeholder outreach to look at those additional proposed Muni code updates that we're looking at. But tonight's really is about just adopting virtual permits. And again, so the recommendation is staff recommends City Council to adopt the attached ordinance amending Palo Alto Municipal Code PAMC Title 10 parking to allow virtual parking permits and update definitions and procedures, and approve modifications to the city's various on-street parking permit policies to implement virtual permits. That concludes the staff presentation.
Okay, thank you. Let's see if there's any members of the public that would like to make a comment. So if you'd like to comment on this item, please raise your hand. So I'm not seeing any members of the public raising their hands this time. Let me just give it a little bit longer because I know there's a little bit of a delay. Okay, bring it back to council. Councilmember Philseth.
Yes, so thanks very much to staff for bringing this forward and doing all this. This has been sort of a long journey, right? So first of all, I just want to make sure I understand. Tonight, what you're asking us for is just some changes to the code in preparation for doing this, not actually to roll something out. Is that right?
They definitely work together, and the rollout, is imminent in terms of, we have the equipment will be installed soon in vehicles, but we do have some leeway in terms of timing that rollout and, making that rollout happen smoothly as possible.
Okay, then three questions, okay. One, what do we do for people who, for whatever reason, the online thing is not productive for them, okay? Either, they don't have web access. I mean, I think there are still a few people like that, right? Or they can't make the Duncan Solutions website work for them. The city's experience with sort of these online permit sales system has been a little bit inconsistent over the last few years and so forth. So what's our backup for people that the online thing isn't working for them, at least at the current time? That's one. Second, can you explain what we're going to do with guest permits? And third, what do you do for people that share one permit between two cars, for example, and only one is parked on the street at a time?
If I can, and Nate, I'll just jump in really quickly. So first, I just want to mention that the issue with the sharing of permits is really actually a misuse of the intended purpose of the permits. So that's really actually something we're trying to rectify as we set up our permit program in the future. So just want to note that really quickly, that's actually not how the permits were originally intended to be. We allow for, it depends on the different district, but in some of the districts we allow up to 5 or more permits per household. So that's actually not the intended purpose of the shared permit. With regards to the guest permit, the sharing, the current hang tag is something that we would maintain at least for this next year. And then it would be something that we'd look to transition once we've worked through the details of making that something that can be accommodated and something that can be easy and something that people can understand. And that really ties to your first question, which is, what do we do with people that are having a hard time with the online system? And the answer to that is we provide not only parking staff provides assistance in getting permits and assistance with people that need help with the online system, but also our vendor does as well. They have a phone number and they'll talk people through this, and they don't have to go through the online system. I do want to acknowledge that there have been some, hiccups, and we've changed vendors, and we've got a new vendor, and we're still trying to get all of the kinks in the systems worked out. But our goal is to have it by the time that we fully transition to be something that is something that people can either use online or be able to get help, not do it through an online system.
Yeah, I think that, okay. So the concern is that unless the online system is really, really ironclad, okay, you may have large numbers of people calling a very small number of customer service folks trying to get their stuff done. All right, thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Du Bois. My first question is on page 248. What is the use of slugs? I presume you're not talking about little, sticky animals. I don't know what that's referring to. Codify paid parking violations, including requiring payment, use of slugs, and tampering with devices. What's a slug?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's kind of interesting. I'm not sure. Maybe this was picked up somewhere, but slugs are typically like fake coins.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So tokens.
Yeah. So this would be like
Okay.
a fake quarter that is like a little metal piece that
Okay.
often they're used in like parking payment machines as,
Okay. That was really, I was just
fake
curious.
currency. Yeah, that's a strange one.
Okay. So two other questions. So the virtual permit, right? Is that stored on the city's server or Dunkin', or is it like a screenshot email app that you can show on your phone like people are doing with COVID, right? Like, hey, look, here's what this is. Which is it? Is it visible to people who've purchased one, or is it sort of like, trust us, we've got it on the server?
So this is part of the Dunkin' service that's on the server that if you remember back in February, we had a surveillance policy item in regards to where we store the data. So the data is stored in that Dunkin' service, I'm sorry, I might be mixing it up. It might be Genetech data service, but it's through Dunkin', our contract with Dunkin' solution.
Okay, but when someone buys one, do they get a big green check mark so they know they've done it? How do they know?
Yeah, I'm sure not exactly sure of the details of that. Nate, do you have more details on that end?
Yeah, I mean, with our current online purchase portal, you get a receipt of some sort, and in the future you'll still receive some sort of receipt, whether it be electronic or via email.
Okay, I'm just going to suggest from a user experience perspective for everybody who does this everywhere else, the big green check mark, great, you're good to go, here's the time. I would not expect to have to get out and go find an email to make sure that it happened. So if we're going digital, I feel like we should go digital. And then my other question is about, I'm just sort of imagining someone working with this system, right? They come in, they're doing, respiratory therapy for somebody in the house. They come in, somebody has to tell them they need it. Is there some grace period of minutes to get inside and like request things, or how exactly is that going to work? Or they'll be fine because they won't be there for 2 hours.
Yeah, so that's they have 2 hours grace period under the current program. So I think that should be enough time. Just noting that, one of the hopes with this program with the guest permit or visitor permit is that somebody that's coming kind of frequently will have their license plate already in the system. So if you've got like a babysitter or a gardener or whatever it is that comes really frequently and needs to stay more than 2 hours, that you could have them entered in the system. And then when they show up, you don't need to go enter them in. For the person that comes in a one-off instance, they would have the 2 hour period to park. And if they needed to park longer than that, then potentially you could get them a permit.
Yeah, I'm just going to suggest one other thing that might be useful. We do have a lot of senior citizens and some of them do need care. And, if we had just a piece of paper that sort of explained it all, that had like a QR code on it that people could have in their house. I know this sounds really specific, but I just can foresee some people who are impaired and not feeling well, not being able to manage this.
I think that's
So-
a great suggestion. I
Just a
appreciate
piece of paper with a QR code. So when someone walks in, it's just taped up and they're like, hey, you know, you might have to scan this. Those are the concerns I have about sort of the real world. If we get to the, you know, the point where we have, you know, RPPs everywhere, which I just want to make sure it works for other people. Okay, so those are my two suggestions about how to make it more user-friendly for the people who will be participating in the system. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Cook.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I wanted to ask, some of the members, member of the public had written in and basically said that a lot of times the physical tag itself that is on the car, it also helps neighbors to know that whomever's car is parked over there is a permit holder. So now other people won't be able to identify that the car has a permit or not if it goes virtual.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. That is true, because once we tie it to a license plate system, you wouldn't be able to necessarily walk around and say, oh, this car's not, this car's an employee, this is not. But what it does allow is for our enforcement to happen more quickly and more frequently. So under the LPR system, we're going to have somebody coming by and what, you know, we call chalking, which is if it's not chalking anymore when we're doing it digitally, but we call it chalking because they would drive, you know, they'd go by a vehicle and they'd have to physically chalk a tire and then come back around, hopefully within 2 hours, and see, has that car moved or has it been longer than 2 hours? With a vehicle, we can drive by and we can know that how long they were parked there exactly. The vehicle drives by and does that a lot more frequently, a lot more efficiently. They don't have to slow down or completely stop in order to chalk. So it just becomes a more efficient enforcement tool. So while I appreciate that people, maybe somebody that's walking around won't be able to say this vehicle belongs here at this time or not, I think we believe it's really critical for our parking enforcement staff to be able to issue citations to cars that are not supposed to be there, because that's what's actually going to deter them from doing it in the future.
Okay, I didn't realize there was somebody that was going to be driving, chalking periodically.
Well, chalking is the prior practice. So
Right, we're just saying they're still driving around now with the virtual machine.
Yes.
Reading.
Yeah, so that's
right.
that's how the license plate recognition software works.
Okay, thank you. And then in the staff report, it mentions transportation network company. Does that mean the companies that provide ride shares? Transportation network. It's on page 249.
Yes, that's a kind of a generic local government term for Uber and Lyft and any others that fall in
Okay.
the category.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's it for now.
Yeah, so I'm happy to see this, and thanks for bringing this and all your hard work on it. I really think it will help us maybe eliminate any loopholes that may exist in the current system. It just seems to make a lot of sense. And I really agree with the making sure we really think about ease of use that Councilmember Cormack brought up. I think it's going to be very important. So I saw the change adding the word active to loading zones. Is that really the only change when you mentioned loading zones?
It's specifically loading zones, yes.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure. And then on the ordinance, at page 253, we define what a block is, and then we list a bunch of blocks. I was just curious, why do we list them? I mean, this really applies to any block in the city, right?
Yes, and eventually, we do hope to consolidate all of these into, a little bit more simple municipal code, and then have the blocks listed or the boundaries listed separate from the muni code. But that's something that we're going to bring forward, separately. After we had a little bit more discussion with the communities, there's a few very specific issues when it comes to the boundaries that we want to do a little bit more outreach about. So right now, we didn't go through the work of collapsing it all together. We're really focused right now with the the edits on, just allowing us to move forward with virtual permits.
I see.
Some of the
Okay,
other
so this was
Unicode
just
states are
specifically
coming.
for College Terrace, I guess.
Yeah, so we didn't eliminate some of this language that's in the original Unicode just yet.
Okay. And then packet page 261, it's kind of a general questioning, and maybe I wasn't following the flow, but it's violations of penalties, but it seems it's only talking about RPP districts. I just wondered if it should be more general for parking garage permits or other kind of parking permits.
So right now, where we are rolling out first is in the RPPs. We'll be adding in that capability, hopefully at a later date with the commercial.
I see. So the plan's not to go to license plate readers for the commercial garages at the same time?
Yeah, so just noting that's what had previously been approved by council, but also noting that currently we have two different systems for parking enforcement. One is the RPP parking enforcement that's done by the Office of Transportation, and the other is the commercial zone enforcement, which includes the on-street commercial zones and the parking garages and lots, and that enforcement is done by PD. So that's another topic of discussion that we're working on, seeing if there's any synergies.
So you'll have to come back, I guess, if we switch those over.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. I thought we were trying to do everything at once, but thanks for that clarification.
I would love to.
And then the other one, again, I'm really happy this is here. I definitely support the motion, support this. I just wanted to say that, maybe it's not part of the ordinance tonight, but I think it'd be good practice on items like this one, that we include a section outlining how we're going to comply with the data security ordinance. And it's really, I think, for the members of the public. So specifics on what's listed in there, who has access to the data, how is it protected or encrypted, how accessing the data would be logged so that if something ever did go wrong, we would know who did it, how long the data is stored. Again, I think a lot of feedback compliance council gets is, this is an item on the ordinance, but we're getting about license plate readers in general. So I think it's just good practice on some of these new technologies that people could view as kind of big brother-ish, that we keep going back to that and saying, yes, we have an ordinance and this is our plan for how we're going to protect this data. So just friendly feedback. Think it as that. That's my comments. Vice Mayor Burt.
Yeah, thanks. So two areas. One, there's always been this struggle of we have visitors in the residential areas, and how do we strike the balance between having a enforcement trigger that excludes folks who don't have commercial parking permits in those areas, but is not overly restrictive on visitors, whether they be workers or just visitors to homes. And that goes into the amount of time that we have as the grace period. And we currently have 2 hours, but I've always wondered whether 3 hours is not a better sweet spot, where it doesn't allow a worker to readily move that vehicle any more frequently or substantially more frequently, and still essentially requires that they have the proper permit, but gives greater latitude for residents. Has there been any consideration of looking at a 3-hour grace period versus a 2?
I don't know that we've specifically ever looked at a longer grace period. It might have been done in the past. I think one of the things that we really want to use this next year doing once we have this technology is evaluating what happens with our parking supply and demand. And that's part of part of what we will get out of this is better data, more consistent and ongoing data that will tell us more about what's happening on the streets. And then we could potentially use that data in order to have discussions to determine whether a longer free period would be warranted. Some of this discussion might actually tie into the other item that Nate said that he'd be bringing forward to the PTC, which is evaluating a potential commercial parking pilot. So there's a lot of different parking work plan items that all tie together. But I do think there's potentially some merit in looking at a longer, although I think if you get much longer, what you're going to get into at this point is that we have people that are actually working remotely most of their time and might occasionally need to come into office and maybe not for the full day. And that's another thing that we're not quite sure about, is what the return to work for some of the companies might actually look like. So that's also something that we'll need to evaluate over the next year.
Yeah, and that's something we ran into even when we had conventional permits in our garages, is recognizing that we needed to oversell the permits in order to have full occupancy in the garage, because not everybody used them every day. So that'll be a challenge. But the other area that I want to address a little more is on this transportation network companies, or TNCs. And I had to double check that title and acronym because most people think of these as rideshare or ride hailing companies. And I hear that that's used within local government, but I don't know anybody else that uses it. So I find the term confusing for everybody except those who are using it amongst you guys, amongst each other in local government. And so I'd really like to encourage that we re-examine the nomenclature and we don't invent terms in local government that are less, or utilize ones. I'm not sure that it was invented by local government, that are not the common term. But more importantly, I wanted to touch on common carriers, which I see as being much more frequent delivery issues than are the rideshare companies. We certainly do have problems with rideshare companies stopping their vehicles right around a blind corner, and by Pete's on is it Hamilton or Forest is a big example. But the common carriers are all over the place, and I say common carriers, they're goods carriers because it's now we have U.S. Postal Service that is basically like an Amazon common carrier, and it's quite an issue. And they park in the middle of the street, regardless of whether there are available parking spaces within a few feet. And we don't have any mechanisms that I'm aware of to address that. And I think it needs to be addressed in two ways. One, not so much in the low density residential or R1 neighborhoods, but in the commercial and the medium and higher density neighborhoods. I think that we need to have, we're in a period where we need more active parking, short-term parking areas. I like that you're requiring to be active, that they don't get to sit there and go away, park there for X number of minutes, but they're loading areas, and true loading areas, because this is a transformation that we're experiencing, but we haven't adjusted our rules or our on-street parking designation. So I think we really need to expand how many loading areas we have, and then require these vehicles to utilize them if there's available on-street parking within, whether it's 100 feet or whatever we select, that we mandate that they use it, and they're in violation if they don't park in the available spot. Instead, they block the middle of the road. They create real safety hazards for cars and bicyclists. This is a danger that is ready to have a serious consequence. And I think we need to get ahead of this. I wouldn't quite say get ahead of it, because it's gotten ahead of us. We need to catch up to this problem. So I don't know if there's been any consideration of either of those things, of including the goods carriers in this TNC requirement, and or expanding loading areas to accommodate them.
Well, I'll just say that, quite frankly, our past year, we've been focused on making pickup locations and short-term parking locations to actually make that happen so that people could stay home, or I should say more than a year now. But that is something that has been done in some other jurisdictions, and it's something that we can certainly look at. It's not something, obviously, just to reiterate, our key here tonight was regarding the license plate recognition and getting our parking permits, but that's certainly something that we can and should be looking at, is an opportunity to potentially make designated drop-off zones.
And tonight, are we acting though on this transportation network company parking or standing issue?
Nate, is that anything new?
You know, it was just something we have a parking consultant on Dixon on board to help us, make sure that we're using language that was kind of industry wide and kind of standard. And they, when PTC a couple weeks ago reviewed this, they really wanted us to move forward just with the kind of the non-controversial and the parts of this were really related to virtual permitting that we really needed to move forward. So the TNC and the active requirement were kind of viewed as kind of standard practice in the industry for helping make sure that those folks don't basically monopolize our curb spaces.
Yeah.
In the where there's 2 hours plus allowed.
I see on page 3 of the staff report that says the following PAMC updates are proposed for council adoption. And I thought that that's what was being recommended to us tonight. And so my question is, why would it only be the rideshare companies and not the common carriers that those very same requirements would apply to?
I see. I think that's a fair question. As an example,
we got a lot more. I think we got a lot more common carrier deliveries these days than we do have ride shares. So the bigger issue is the former.
I'm not finding the exact. Did you say on page 5?
Page 3 is where the bulleted recommendations are, and I didn't go through the ordinance to see what we're being asked on that.
Yeah, it's
tonight.
section 6 of the ordinance, 10.40.110. Packet page 253.
Yep. Oh, 253. I also see a definition on packet page 249.
Right, the active regulation is later in the.
Yep, I see it.
Council member, while the staff is thinking about this, the reason to use the word transportation network company is because that is how this group of businesses is referred to in state law.
Okay.
And so we're matching the state's choice of a regulatory regime for this group of.
And under that state definition, it is talking about transportation networks of people, not of goods. Is that correct?
Right.
It's not. It's clearly not
from
goods.
taxis.
Okay.
I think that's
Thanks.
right. Yes. I'll confirm. I think I'm. Your comment makes sense. It's certainly a concern driving around in all kinds of communities. I wonder if it might be that instead of changing it on the fly here, that there's a direction to staff to go and look at this, because I think potentially there's some overlap with moving violations and law enforcement, as well as just the transportation group.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, so you're done, Vice Mayor Burt?
Yes, thanks.
Okay, Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate all my colleagues asked all the questions that I had, and staff adequately responded to them to relieve any of my concerns. So I'll move the staff recommendation, and I'm open to. I wasn't quite able to kind of catch the language that Ms. Stump was proposing there, as far as maybe direction to staff to kind of clean up that language or maybe add something. So if the seconder or anybody else wants to, or if Ms. Stump wants to propose to the motion.
Yeah, thank you, council member. I wasn't quite proposing going that far. this is not an amendment that you could make to an ordinance just on second reading, because it regulates a new group of individuals and businesses that haven't been given notice that the city is considering regulating them. So it would really be more direction to staff to study the issue and come back with a proposal.
And
No, I'll add that I don't think that's outside of the work that we have left anyway. We have additional work to go on the muni code anyway, so we can certainly just build this into the additional review that we'll be doing.
right. Took the words out of my mouth, Nate. Yeah. As mentioned earlier, we have a few other PAMC items that we'll need to review related to parking, just trying to make sure that we get this done for the license plate recognition.
Great, thank you. So is C clear enough for staff on what we'd want to accomplish here?
I think you want to say delivery service double parking or something like that.
And I will second the motion.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any further comments on the motion from Councilmember Stone?
Yeah, I just think that this is common sense cleanup and a moving in a direction of what I think is a more sustainable practice, a better practice. Everything's moving in this direction of a more virtual world. I have visited friends in cities that had our more traditional kind of visitor parking program as we do now, and have visited since adoption of these more virtual parking permits, and it is just so much more convenient, and it's so much better. It seems not only better from the city perspective, but also from the customer perspective. And so frequently you visit somebody whose printer is down and they can't print out a virtual permit, being able to just simply go online and make the purchase or click an option to be able to have that parking makes sense. I think the enforcement is going to be, seems like the enforcement is going to be easier, allow us to deter people from parking too long in the neighborhoods, and hopeful that we'll be able to take some of the concerns that some of my colleagues addressed tonight, as far as just making this a more user-friendly kind of process, especially for residents who might not be as comfortable with computers. Hopefully we'll be able to see some improvements in that in the future, but I think this is a really good starting point. So I appreciate all of staff's work on this.
Vice Mayor Burt, do you want to speak to your second?
It's great. I just under C, I think it needs to add the wording that proposal to regulate on-street parking of commercial delivery vehicles. I think that capture it. What city attorney was describing there.
Works for me.
Yep, works for me too.
Okay, great.
I even wonder if we should just say delivery vehicles. We don't really address food delivery and private vehicles, which is more similar to ride sharing.
I think a food delivery vehicle would be also a commercial, but
DoorDash using their private car.
Yeah, or Uber.
Oh, I see.
Or something like that. I think the mayor is correct. I would probably remove the word commercial. It's a delivery vehicle.
Deliveries.
Delivery vehicles.
Delivery vehicles for commercial purposes. It's not. I mean, they're
sure. Yeah. Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, thank you for you guys' work on this. In general, I think it makes sense. I have a few quick questions. So I understand from one of the responses earlier, some of the detail about using the license plate readers more broadly in commercial areas is going to be a separate meeting, right? Not necessarily this meeting. Is that right?
Yes,
okay.
That's correct.
Okay. But so tonight, are we just talking about like using the license plate readers for residential then? Is that the scope?
Yes, it's
Okay.
only in the residential zones.
Okay.
For enforcement.
For enforcement, yes.
We've also talked about using it for just occupancy counting beyond just the residential. But in that sense, it's not for, it won't be for enforcement.
So
counting vehicles. So it will count in commercial zones. It could, like, say we want to know how many cars are parked in the Cowper Webster garage. It can drive through the garage and tell us there's X number of vehicles parked in the Cowper Webster garage, so we can understand occupancy there, even though we don't necessarily have the capability, or we don't have the capability of reviewing whether they have permits or not in that garage using that same technology.
And that's great. Yeah, I think this data would be really helpful in understanding, the parking issues and stuff like that. So that's great. And so license plate readers are going to be used in residential areas to kind of figure out whether they have RPP or not when there's like people over parked, right? Is that essentially what's happening?
Yeah, well, to determine if anybody's violating. So it's the 2 hour where they are grace period as discussed earlier, or if they actually have a permit and they're allowed to park there.
Okay, is it just for like RPPs, or is it also for non-RPPs?
This is currently only for RPPs.
Okay, is there a plan to use the LPR also for non-RPP residential areas?
There's not a, I would not say a plan, but it's something that we're seeing if it can be worked on.
Okay, is there any reason not to do that? Because if we have the hardware, why not do LPR on everywhere we can and save on labor and have more effective enforcement? What's the rationale not to
That's
do that?
exactly why we're working towards it, but I don't want to speak too much to the challenges of implementing it, but just to note that currently the parking enforcement for RPPs is done by the Office of Transportation through a contract, and the parking enforcement for commercial zones and parking lots and garages is done by staff in the.
Oh no, I know that. I guess because you said commercial areas is separate. I'm talking about for let's say residential areas that aren't under RPP. Can the LPRs also be used for enforcing parking in those areas?
Well, so I'm not exactly sure what type of parking infraction you'd be.
Okay, so I had office hours with some folks in the Barron Park area on Climo, and they've been telling me that there's been vehicles parked there for months, right? Like not moving for months, like sometimes for 6 months, right? For really long periods of time. And so like they way past the 3-day ordinance, right? And they have trouble getting the enforcement officers out there, right? And I realized we're short on enforcement and whatnot. But if we have the LPRs, that should be able to help establish people over parking.
So if I can, the funding that pays for the RPP parking enforcement is paid for by the RPP parking permit funds. So I don't think it'd be appropriate for us to spend it on trying to monitor the entire city of Palo Alto. But I will note that if vehicles are parked for over 72 hours, that is also a police department issue, not something that currently is monitored by the Office of Transportation. So would be kind of they are two separate programs and a little bit complicated, unfortunately, overly complicated, unfortunately, something we'd like to correct, but I think that would be really muddying the waters a bit.
Well, I guess my point would be that I do know that the folks that live around there are really not happy, and they would like to see some enforcement of that. They mentioned that there's a route where a lot of kids go by, that they have trouble getting enforcement out there, and the vehicles are not like simply not moving.
Yeah, if I can, if they'd like to contact my office, there's things that we can do to help.
I told them to email Ed Chicada, so hopefully they did that. So I don't know if Ed forwarded it to you or not, but I know at least one of them emailed in.
Okay, well, I was just going to note one of the things that we can do for that is we can do things like put up some 72-hour signs. A lot of times that helps with areas where we're having trouble with vehicles that are not moving, and then it helps them to understand that they're parked somewhere where PD will be doing enforcement, and then we can coordinate with PD on it. So I'd be happy to help you with that, but just noting that I don't think that our RPP parking enforcement is probably an appropriate use.
Well, I guess I generally like the idea of LPR because I think that makes it much more efficient. You get all the data you talked about, and it's probably more fair, to be honest, right? And it's probably more efficient. So I think in general, it's a good thing. And, I, for one, would like to see it, kind of used in all areas, right? And it kind of is a force multiplier for ourselves, right? So we have limited manpower, limited resources, and this would allow us to cover more territory with fewer people. So I think it would be able to provide the people that people in our city better service, right, for the same amount of cost. So I think that's really what I'm advocating for. So it's a little bit unclear about the scope of this meeting. So that's why I'm trying to figure out, right, if we're talking about LPR for residential. It sounds like we're not, but that's why I'm just trying to understand this. But I appreciate your what you guys are trying to do on Clean, because I know those guys are livid right now. So yeah, definitely you guys should look at that. The second thing is we have a pretty substantial increase in property crime in our city. And some cities like Atherton has used LPRs, although there's been more fixed LPRs to see who is casing houses and things like that. Is there a plan to also use the LPR data? And I think some of my fellow council members have also talked about usage of the data to make sure that's private and it's not being abused and all that. And I think we want to follow all the laws and good practices there. But could this also be used to help identify potential culprits by property crime issues? Is there a way to do that?
Councilmember, perhaps I should step in here, and Mr. Kami, I do believe that we've been very intentional about limiting the scope, and to your point, Councilmember, the item before you this evening relates to virtual parking permits and municipal code changes necessary in order to affect that. Discussion of alternative applications of vehicle recognition technologies is, I suspect, outside the scope of the discussion here this evening.
Okay. Well,
just before you jump in, Greg, also city manager, I mean, I know you weren't here tonight, but maybe your next update, you could talk about some of those crime statistics, because I actually think property crime is flat and down pretty significantly, but we could get some data on that.
Sure, happy to provide that information to the council.
Okay. Anyways, that could be for a future meeting, but that's something I would be interested in.
And to answer your initial question, the answer is yes, it could be used for it, but we have not set it up in that manner.
Okay. Well, I would like to see it, but of course, my colleague may have different opinions. Okay. There's something about the virtual parking. Are you guys going to make sure that this is mobile friendly so that people can get the permits like using a mobile browser? Okay, good. Because I think that's going to be really important, because I think a lot of people are probably, or maybe the majority of people are going to use their phones to get these permits. And I saw on the first page those recommendations in terms of increasing the cost and this and that, but I didn't see details on that. So are we really doing that tonight, or are we just talking, or is this just the ordinance change tonight?
So I'm sorry, not sure what you mean by you saw the first page.
On page 1 and 2, it talks about like increased cost, employee permits, and change payment schedule for employee permit. Does all this recommended? There's a little table there, recommendations to progress related to transition to virtual permits. So how much of this are we approving tonight?
So we have a work plan, that these changes tonight help us advance.
Okay.
The changes
Because
tonight.
the motion
really
doesn't say that
focused
right now.
on the
Some
ordinance updates.
I'm just trying to understand, like the motion right now looks like it's pretty targeted towards the amendment changes, and maybe it's double parking, but I didn't see anything.
That's the item before you tonight. So I think, and I couldn't find what you were referring to.
So go to page 1, packet page 245.
I'm not getting packet pages, but.
So Philip, I think what the council member is referring to is in the staff report, you reference recommendations that are currently in progress related to transitioning to virtual permits. And so I think those are work plan items that the Office of Transportation is working on completing in accordance with this. And so those are not the actions specifically.
Those are not before the council tonight.
Okay, good. Okay, that's what I thought, but I want to make sure. Thank you. And then let's see. I think a couple of things to think about. One thing is I'm sympathetic to the idea of people double parking because it blocks people, and it's not necessarily a good thing, but it is pretty short, and a lot of people do depend on delivery. So I think one thing to think about as you guys think about this, and I don't think the motion is necessarily off, but is to make sure that it's not too onerous, right? And that it's standardized to other cities, so it's not something unusual just for Palo Alto, but something that so otherwise it makes it harder for the people in our city to get deliveries, right? So I think that's also important. So we don't want to make it, I don't think we want people to be boxed in, right? So that's not good either. But also, we also don't want it so weird and onerous that it makes it difficult for people to get deliveries. Okay. And then last thing I was just thinking about is in Mountain View, they're actually starting to do robotic deliveries. So I don't know if you guys been tracking that or not, but they've been doing some betas on this. And maybe one day it'll come to our city, right? But so I've seen a variety of them. Some just take the sidewalks, some of them have a truck that goes out, and they have little things that come off the truck that deliver to people's doorstep, right? But it's actually happening now in cities nearby, right? So
I think we approved sidewalk drone delivery pilot program.
Well, I guess I'm talking about in context to this topic about double parking, right? Because I'm not sure those things actually park, right? I think
we got on the sidewalk, I believe.
Yes. So there are varying ones. The one that we had the pilot with in Palo Alto was using the sidewalk. There's another one that we're currently talking with that uses bike lanes that they're currently piloting, but using actual human cyclists right now. Yeah.
Okay. Well, anyways, it sounds like you're on top of it. I just was thinking about although I guess we could always change it when time comes, but I just know that there's some delivery systems now where there's a truck that comes up and it actually double park, and it lets out the little drones and they go on the sidewalk and they deliver packages to people. So I'm just trying to think of how do we account for some of that.
I think what we'd be looking at, just to note, we would be looking at what peers have done, and we'd be looking at cracking down on double parking of cars where it's causing issues. So that's what we'd be looking at options to eliminate.
Okay.
I don't think that would apply to the smaller robots that are on the sidewalk or.
Well, no, but there's like the car or vehicle, then they have the little robots that are let off, so to speak.
Yeah, I think regardless, I think the double parking is probably the issue that we're trying.
Yeah, so they double park, they drive and double park, and then the vehicles, the little robots are let off into a sidewalk.
So folks, I think we're pretty far off the topic. I think this is something that will come back and then.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table. Councilmember Koo, we're going to speak to the motion.
Actually, it's just a question, if that's all right. I noticed that revenue collections has been crossed out, and now it's the Director of Office of Transportation. But in guest permits, which is on page 9 of attachment 9A, under E, it still has revenue collections. Is that intentional? That would be at 10.46.070 guest permits, and then it's under E.
It looks like it might just be an oversight.
Okay, so there's no two departments doing this.
I think the intent was to generalize it a little bit more, since we do change just similar to A in 10.46.07. So again, Nate and Philip, correct me if I'm wrong. This is on page 9 of the ordinance. We're changing revenue collections to just say the city.
Yeah.
And so I suspect
okay,
in E, we might want to make a similar edit. Instead of it saying revenue collections is authorized, the city is authorized.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
Member Koo, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, we found one. All right, I don't see any more hands. So we go ahead and vote on the motion. And let's start with Councilmember Koo.
Yes.
Councilmember Filsa.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So it passes on a 7-0. We are now to councilmember questions, comments, and announcements. Okay, not seeing any hands. I just wanted to say that Saturday night, there were some really good concerts on Litton Square. I think there were over 100 people there with a pretty good bluegrass group from Nashville playing. So that was kind of fun to see. Vice Mayor Byrd?
I just wanted to say that on Saturday, Stanford beat Oregon.
Yes, it did. That was also a fun thing to see. And maybe on that note,
Mayor, where is the square?
Litton?
Oh,
Litton Plaza.
Litton. Oh, okay.
I
Thank
called it
you.
Litton Square or Litton Plaza. Sorry.
Okay, thanks.
Anyways, go Cardinals. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.